herd of kudus slowly walking into the wind right here at Juma in the Sabi sands. What a lovely afternoon it is. A little bit windy. And I want to welcome you aboard to your own live safari into the African wild. This afternoon we are going to look for some elephants and then anything else that the bush can provide for us. And what a lovely start with this herd of kudu. My name is Chris and I'll be taking you on this live safari today. With me on camera ops is Darren, and also accompanying us out at Juma would be Ali. We'll have JP at Pridelands, and we will have Grant at Pinder. Remember to send us questions or comments to hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube. If you are under the age of 18, pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Alternatively, register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions and comments there. This is a fantastic day for elephants. It's nice and warm, even though there's quite a bit of a breeze. So, just to explain our plan in more detail, we will be visiting waterholes, where there might be some other surprises, you never know, and work our way from the waterholes further out into the bush and hopefully spot some pachyderms. Let's take a look at what the weather is like in our other locations.
Sunny weather everywhere, finally, but still a little bit chilly. Welcome to andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, everybody. It's good to be back, and we've found some happy zebras just grazing peacefully below the Ntabonkosi mountain. My name is Grant, and behind the camera we have Owen. And yeah, what a pleasure to be joining you this afternoon. We don't really have any plans for the afternoon. We're just coming to spend some time out in the bush, see what we can find. And yeah, on our way out, we noticed these zebras. And there's one of the little foals that's actually got a little wound on its backside. And so we thought we'd just stop and say hello to you all, but also take a closer look at this little zebra with a gash on its backside. And if you look at the zebras, both the foal and the mother, they are looking quite dark. the white parts of their coat looking quite dark. So it seems as though they have been rolling in some dust, maybe some dried black cotton soils. And Owen was saying on his way down here from Forest Lodge coming to Mountain Lodge, he drove past these zebras and he saw that the foal had quite a nasty gash on it. But it's not looking so prominent now, and my thinking is that they've been rolling in some dust, so all the blood that Owen saw before is now covered in dust. But if you look carefully, you'll see it is reflecting a little bit of sunlight, so it is wet over there, and so the wound is still oozing some liquid. And you see the tail flicking onto the wound every now and then, trying to keep the flies away. And that wound will actually fester quite a bit. So it's important for the zebra to keep the flies away. And that'll be a reason why it will pack dust onto it. So it will roll in the sand, trying to cover up that wound, and then constantly shoo the flies away with its tail. Yeah, just a lovely, lovely scene to start the afternoon. So we are going to continue from here and go see what else we can find for you this afternoon. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you across to Ali, who would like to say hello.
And welcome on board. My name is Ali, and on camera with me today is BK, and we are out on the hunt for anything really. We've actually sort of making our way to the area where Tlalamba, the female leopard, was last seen this morning. I think she was busy hunting and then she went into a drainage line, and we all know how sneaky leopards can be when they want to. So my kind of hope is that because it's been quite a windy afternoon, that she will be somewhere around, hopefully with a big fat impala that she's eating somewhere, and maybe we'll be able to find her. So that is kind of the hope for today. We did spend, Vig and I, a lot of time this morning tracking signal, if you will, so hopefully this afternoon will be a little bit different. But slowly making our way, like I said, towards where Tlalamba is. So apparently she was left in the drainage not too far from Gallagher, which is one of the camps at Juma. And it's a good area where she could have gone today. As I said, it's been quite windy. So if she did manage to bring anything down, I would imagine being down in the drainage is the best way possible to, first of all, conceal her kill, rather than putting it up in a tree right now where the smell of the carcass or the fresh blood or, you know, the stomach contents even will just be whiffed away everywhere. So leopards are also very clever creatures, and I think one of my favorite things about the bush is that you need to sort of piece the puzzle together. This is where they came. I'll tell you guys a story now. And to piece the puzzle together and find out why animals do what they do or when they do it. There's sort of like, there's no thing that happens by chance. There's not, you know, they just happenly to, you know, do random things all the time. There's a lot of method in their madness. But I wanted to come onto this road also in a bit of a personal CSI mission. I haven't been tracking for a while. I think this is my first stint at WildEarth for 2 years. But what I was looking at, I don't know if you can see them here, BK. Around here, there's a pretty lion track. There's one here. Do you see this one? Yeah. So this morning we spent a fair amount of time looking for the lions, and we suspect dark mane might still be on the property. It's a little bit hard to tell, but as I said, this morning when we first started tracking them, we were down by Weaver's Nest, and we kind of had the pride coming up and then cutting basically straight in the direction where we're in now, and then another female that joined them, but we couldn't figure out where they had come out from out of the block because we drove all the roads around just to see what was happening. happening. So my suspicion is, I wanted to come onto this road, is I think they came from the Molawati sort of behind the dam wall and then just came onto parts of this drainage and came out on this road. Lo and behold, the lion tracks are here. So this is where they walked this morning. We just wanted to find out. We spent a long time looking for lion tracks in the block, and it's a lot harder in the block because obviously there's a lot of grass and other things and other animals in there. But you know, nothing like a baptism of fire when coming back to Juma. I forgot that in this place lions can grow wings. It's a particular trait. But no, I'm happy that at least, you know, my sense of logic and animal understanding is kinda on there still, so at least good to know where they have gone. But now we're gonna leave those tracks because those are old tracks. We know that the lions have carried on going towards Manileti side from this morning, and we're just gonna slowly make our way towards the area where Tlalamba was last seen, hopefully find any signs of her. Well, we haven't yet gotten there. I was kind of hoping this would be a bit of a quicker run, but no. Also just checking all around this area. I mean, there's always the option of really just wanting to see a leopard on a tree on a marula, you know, just striped all across. But to be honest, I think we've got zero chance of that happening today. It's just too windy. It's too out there for them. So it's good for them when they go hunting. Normally after a big storm, when the wind swirls and the weather conditions are not great, leopards and lions tend to be quite successful in their hunting attempts. So it would stand to reason that perhaps Tlalamba got lucky today, or she would have had a better chance of maybe bringing something down. Oh, it's quite windy. So who knows? Maybe she got lucky and maybe we'll get to see her. That would be a great 2 for 2. I think last time I saw her was on one of our private safaris a while back, a couple of months ago, but she was all the way on Torchwood, and now she's all the way here. So we do know that she likes to mission just like her mother. So, oh, are these? No, these are not leopard tracks. These are no tracks. Good to see that I'm also imagining things nowadays. But let's see, we're not too far from the camp itself, and there's a link that goes up here, and I know there's another sort of 2-track that goes into this area where I've seen some leopards, including Tandi and Singana before, so it's a well-known area for leopards. Hopefully, we'll be able to pick up some signs and then just see if she's around there. And if not, then maybe we'll just leave the area and come back a little bit later on this afternoon, see if we get lucky. Lots of tracks around here. It's also a bit tricky with the wind because tracking becomes a little bit more difficult in terms of actually being able to age the tracks and determining if they're from this morning, if they're from yesterday, because the wind just pretty much blows the sand over them. Oh, I feel like I'm exercising up the hill. Alrighty, let's see what's up here. Come on, little cat. Shows your pretty paw prints. Alright, we're onto the 2-track now. Hopefully we'll see something around here. I know BK is helping me look. So far, no luck, but if you guys have any comments or questions, please feel free to send them through. Always love to hear from other people. Don't really particularly love the sound of my voice or the sound of my thoughts for that matter. At least the voices in my head keep me company and BK at the back. So, come on, little leopard. Show yourself. Reveal yourself. I've seen elephants and leopard interactions, but it's been mostly the case of sort of them ignoring one another or just bumping into one another and then just going their separate ways. Tristan did have an interesting sighting once while we were working in the southern Sabi Sanded Lion Sands, where there was this beautiful female. I think she's forever in my top 5, called the Scotia female. So not the Singita, because I know there are 2 named Scotia. One down in the south. She is gorgeous. She is a proper princess, that one. I think she could rival Tulalamba in terms of just, it's almost like dainty, very pretty leopard. And I think it was her, and she was on top of a sausage tree. I don't remember if she had a kill or not, but there was an elephant in Musk that was incredibly grumpy, and he came into this area and he got really angry and then started trying to pull the branches down to bring the leopard down, and then Tristan was in the middle of the sighting with his guests trying to get them out of that area. So it was quite an interesting one. And I know one of our friends, another guide that I know, he had, also in the Sand River, funny enough, he had a very interesting sighting. He had a very interesting sighting of a male leopard actually killing a baby elephant. Well, not really killing, but the baby had been left behind. I think the mother had been with it for a couple of days because the guides had been seeing it, and then unfortunately the one day they found the baby all on its own wasn't doing too great, and then the rest of the herd had just moved on, and then he got this male leopard actually going and killing the baby elephant, which wasn't really, the best sighting, but he did get some really interesting photos. So that was a cool sighting. So, I mean, from a sightings perspective, not that I like baby elephants being killed. And then, let's see, another one. Oh, well, I had one in Botswana also, in the Kwai area. Very cool area, that one. Just on the outskirts of the Okavango. I also had a young male leopard feeding on a baby elephant carcass, but I think that was either a stillborn or just a brand new baby that got stolen, but I'm not convinced it was the leopard who actually got him, because I think it was already dead by the time we got there, and then hyenas came around and they took the carcass, and it was a little bit of a gruesome one, but I don't think I can go any further. Righty, I'm gonna figure my way out of here because I thought I was following a road, but in the meantime we're gonna send you guys over to JP. Maybe he's had a leopard at the dam.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands and we started our walk at Leopard Dam. However, we've heard a little bit of a sunken feeling again this afternoon. We're after a little brown-hooded kingfisher, which we suspect is nesting right over here around the corner. And I misjudged myself with how dry the mud is and suddenly found myself in a little bit of a compromising position where I can't get my legs out here at the moment. So, my name is JP LaRue and behind the camera we've got Gerrit. So it's not the first time, but I've got stuck in the mud going after birds. Once before was after African crake, which I also followed. I ended up a little bit deeper in the mud than that I was now, also with a lovely dry crust. And the other time was we actually following black rhinos in northern KwaZulu-Natal, and we followed the tracks towards a wallow, and there was a big branch that was over the wallow itself. So I was a third member in the party. It was raining that morning, and most of the guys already walked across with their wet shoes, and the mud became very slippery, and I slipped into that wallow. I ended up into my chest high and was busy sinking into it. Eventually, I was very quickly assisted by a rifle that was pointing into my face, and I was commanded, hold on to it and don't let go, you're going to disappear. And I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a rifle in my face. So I'm going to figure out how to get myself out here. Our plan for this afternoon is to start doing a circular route around the dam, go and see what we can go and find, and then hopefully a little bit later in the afternoon we'll come back over here, come and enjoy a sunset, and hopefully some animals that will come and drink. Now the worst of all is I just wonder, how am I going to get my shoes out here, because that's definitely going to remain in the mud. In the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Chris and go and see what he's up to.
Now that we were on the search for elephants, but there is just no way on earth where you can leave these guys alone. Truly one of the most entertaining creatures out here in South Africa. And I know the bush willows are starting to flower now, and I think that's what they're very likely after that. And the thing is, the bulk of, it looks like they are picking some newly flower buds that's coming out now. Quite a bit of sugars and things in there for them at the moment. Afternoon, Harold. Baboons, the bulk of their diet is grass and grass stems and so forth, but they do supplement it with protein, and that ranges from insects, scorpions, little lizards, practically anything they can overpower. Now, the largest thing that I've ever witnessed them take was a young bushbuck. Well, it's actually a bushbuck lamb, and I've also seen several cases of them taking impala babies, but those are very opportunistic times. We don't really regard them as hunters. They are omnivores, so they do consume both protein, living animals, and plant matter. But those will be opportunistic. For instance, late November, when the impalas start giving birth, there's so many of them around, and especially that first week when they're still quite weak, they might have the opportunity, and they might even take things like that. I have even seen them eating ducklings of certain duck that are found along the water courses. Again, it's not isolated events, but it's very sporadic. So to the extent that we don't really regard baboons as hunters as such. They're all but gone. So I think we'll get one last shot at it and see if we can see them. There's still one lurking behind there. Ray, given the fact that it is in Africa, I would probably place it as an old world primate. The new world primates are more, as far as I understand, certain types of monkeys that's found in other continents and certain apes. Just the fact that it is an African baboon, and I'm not entirely sure, but what I will do, I'm going to find out and get back to you. How about that? Well, it's probably a good opportunity, since they've moved off, to go and continue on our search for elephants.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu, and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the WISA Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist, I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty throughout food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
Being nominated to the top 5 and finally being here, for me it's an achievement. Tracks, I believe I did quite well, and the walk,
and sometimes you often drag their feet forward.
The storytelling as well. So yeah, I think that's where I see my strongest point.
And then that was the opportunity of the scrappy.
I say the bedding and the call, definitely for me. It was quite a big challenge. Guiding is not all about the award that we have had, but in sharing the experience and continue to do what we have passion and love.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Well, no luck in that area with Lalamba or signs of her. I suspect she is very well camouflaged wherever she is. So I think we're gonna cast our net a little bit wider, perhaps make our way towards Buffelshoek Dam and then come down towards the Malawati. I suspect that if we go to an area where it isn't as windy as we are up here now on the crest, I'm sure you can hear the wind on the mic at the moment, and maybe we'll get a little bit luckier over there with some more wildlife. Even elephants, they don't particularly love windy times. It is nice because then it's not as hot as it could be. Because I think today we have gone from like 7 degrees Celsius to, what do you say this is, 25? Yeah, 24, 25. So it's quite a temperature difference from the morning to the afternoon, but it's not that uncommon in the South African winter. And right on cue on the 1st of September, today's the 31st of August, or the 1st of September? The 30th. Oh, I'm going ahead. Well, then a little bit in advance we've started with the wind. September tends to be quite windy around this area with the new changes in temperature and in season. So when you starts getting windy like this, then we know sort of winter is kind of on its last legs, with the spring season arriving not too far from now. And judging by the temperatures we've had, I think we're going to have a very short-lived spring and a very, very hot summer again. Hopefully, still wet enough, although there's quite a lot of water still around this area when compared to other years, so it's still looking not too bad. So we went on that road earlier, and I want to go on this road now, but I think these are old tracks because I can see somebody else drove over there and then just was looking. It's funny when you can even see at a sighting, even if you ever done a self-drive in the Kruger, you can tell where there was a sighting on a dirt road because you just see tire tracks everywhere. So it's the same here. You see tracks going onto the one side and then blotches in the middle, and somebody's already been looking at those tracks. But curiosity is a real thing, so you still pull over to try to see what other people were looking at. just to keep yourself informed, see what else is going on around here. It's quite nice though, and it's amazing to think that now all these trees that you see all around this area that have got very little or no leaves, and just a couple of I'm losing my train of thought, just a couple of showers, then they will have all their leaves. Well, I found my words. Let's go to JP that has on his shoes.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. Unfortunately, I did not find my shoes. They're gone. They're stuck this time. There's no ways of getting them out. But I'll go back a little bit later. But luckily, as a South African youngster, I grew up barefoot and I'm used to wearing no shoes. So I actually quite like it walking in the bush with no shoes, and it also allows you to walk incredibly quiet. So quite often, if we do walk with guests that are incredibly noisy, we actually encourage them to take their shoes off for a short while, walk barefoot until they're used to not stepping on stones as well as branches and things, and then automatically they start walking silently with their shoes on. So in the meanwhile, there was an interesting tree that I wanted to point out over here, and this one is a knobthorn, and you can see that it's got fairly large knobs on it, and where it gets its name from, knobthorn, and an Afrikaans name for it is a knoppiestoring. So one of the uses for this plant is actually taking the bark and using the tannins inside there for tanning leather. So if you ever wondered how do you tan leather, or how it was naturally done in an environment like this, they would take the skin of the animal, they'll soak it into water until the hairs become soft, and then that will be scraped out with a knife. Thereafter, it will be exposed to the tannins that has been infused into water to stop the decaying process, but also to provide color to the leather. It also involves a number of other chemicals which the skin has been treated. Hopefully we can maybe make some tanned leather that we can produce a pair of shoes in the meanwhile. So some of the other trees that's been introduced into South Africa that is quite often used for tanning leather is an invasive plant species by the name of Australian wattle or black wattle. And it's quite commonly found throughout a number of areas in South Africa. And it's so successful because there's no biological control agents in the area to actually hamper its numbers. And the plant also has a unique strategy where it actually poisons the soil directly underneath it to outcompete all other plant forms. Coming back onto the knobthorn, there's also a number of other interesting things that I do find about it. Out of all the Bachelias and Senegalias, it's the one with the largest leaf surface area of any of those. Some of you actually might know this tree as previously known as the acacia. However, we no longer use the acacia after we were taken to court a few years ago, and it was decided to rename them to Bachelias as well as Senegalias. And all the members of the group that doesn't have thorns in Australia is now known as acacias. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what the others are up to.
So we've come to one of the prominent waterholes here on Pinder, and just to do a little bit of birding and see if there was any animals coming down to drink. And it's really just a pleasant scene. Owen's doing some great camera work following some of these gulls. The gulls, so these are grey-headed gulls, and they are pretty busy flying round and round and round this waterhole, just looking for any scraps of fish that they might be able to pick up. There are a lot of cormorants, and just through the trees we can see some of the hippos from this waterhole lying outside. Just getting some sun. We've had quite a few very cold days here in Pinder, and so I think the water temperature has dipped quite a lot. So those hippos are just getting some sun in. But look at that scene. Theo, this is a great waterhole, and we love this waterhole as well. It's really pleasant to just sit here and observe all the activity going on. Lots of action from the birds. Every now and then there's some activity from the hippos as well. So you'll see on that little pinnacle that Odie has gone on to now, there are a lot of white-breasted cormorants. And they are doing a lot of fishing in this waterhole. And every now and then they catch a fish but lose it, or they eat the fish, and when they defecate, quite a quite a large portion of that little fish will come out in their feces, and the gulls flying around are picking up any of those little scraps. But there must be hundreds of white-breasted cormorants. They are all nesting in the big dead trees at the back of this waterhole. And so there's always a bird flying around. There's birds in the water hunting fish. Some of them sunning themselves on the bank. So Odie and I will just spend a bit more time here, see if anything changes, and send you off to one of our other locations in the bush.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Well, from the Mara back to Southern Africa. And one thing we do have in common, we have zebras. And in fact, the same species, the Burchell's zebra. Even though the ones up in the Masai Mara are slightly different variants or subspecies, and they don't show those little faint brown stripes in between the black stripes on the rump, or shadow stripes as we call them. But it is the same species, just a different local variant. Now the name Burchell's zebra. The Burchell's is from the British explorer and naturalist William Burchell, who were one of the first people to describe this particular zebra, and it was named after him. Also known as the plains zebra. While we're viewing this zebra, I just want to get back to an earlier question, just to revisit it. I think it was Ray, if I'm not mistaken, who asked if baboons are old world primates. And I have done a bit of digging in my little toolbox here where my books are, and I can confirm that they are indeed old world primates. I guess us naturalists don't always know everything immediately. But that's one thing I love about questions. If it's something that you do not know, that creates the opportunity to just revisit your textbooks. Might have been something you've studied 20 years ago and perhaps not used a lot in narratives whilst on safari. It's always good to just revisit these textbooks and some old notes. Good afternoon, Lerato. It is one of the theories for the purpose of the stripes that it could have to do with, not scaring old flies but confusing them. However, the most accepted theory is that it's got to do with confusion of predators. Just look at those two zebras standing together. It's almost as if they merge into one single shape. So it creates this confusion if, for instance, lions try and stalk them. As well as it distorts the body in a way that at a distance it's quite tricky to figure out whether the zebra is looking towards you or away from you. And that could influence your decision if you're a predator. As you can see, it's not really a camouflage. I mean, they still stand out against that backdrop of the bush. So it doesn't really camouflage them, but it does break up their body image, especially when they're moving together as a group. There's also some theories that suggest the stripes can also assist with thermoregulation. But then again, these are all hypotheses and theories. It's very difficult to prove something like that. So I'm just reflecting the theories that I've come across. And they are slowly moving out into the woods. Though they prefer open plains, they're equally at home in these woodlands that we do find here.
Welcome to Bushwalk. We're still out and about this afternoon and looking at some tracks, trees, as well as birds. A tree that we have right over here, this is known as a false marula, a tree that's quite often mis-ID'd for a true marula. So one of the things that you can look at is how the bark differs, and you'll see that it forms long linear strips compared to that of a marula that forms round patches. Just like the marula, you can eat the fruit. However, it doesn't have the same amount of practical uses as that the marula has. But one of the interesting cultural uses for this tree is that it's often used where they take the hairs from the roots, and then the witch doctor will produce a charm or a magic spell to make a person forget. And quite often when you want a person to forget is when you owe them something. And especially in African culture, you have to pay for your bride by paying with a number of cattle. And sometimes half of the cattle will be given. The bride will be given to the groom. And then the witch doctor will be consulted in the process. So to make the charm, to make the person forget. Some of the other things that we can see on the tree over here, a large amount of mud that has been smeared up here. It's most likely been elephant, and if we look at the height, this is a fairly tall elephant that's been up here. I would judge that it's almost 3.5 meter shoulder height. They do have the ability to get up to 4.2 meters, which is one of the tallest bulls that's ever been recorded, and that bull weighed over 10,000 kilogram. And as far as I know, the skeleton and that specific bull is standing in front of a Smithsonian museum in the United States. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find.
So we've come down to the dam wall at this big, beautiful waterhole, and we've spotted one of the remaining young crocodiles at this waterhole. Some of you might remember at this particular waterhole, on the same bank, maybe 30 little crocodiles. So with the water level rising earlier in the year, they've kind of dispersed from this bank where they were, and you can see them every now and then all the way around the waterhole. So those little ones are approaching about a year old now. But I think quite a few of them have been picked off by predators like fish eagles, larger crocodiles, maybe even a leopard. And there is a larger crocodile. Perhaps one of the parents of the youngsters. Also just spending some time in the sun trying to warm up. I was actually at this waterhole earlier this morning, and that crocodile has been in the same spot the whole day. As to have these hippos that Odie is going to show you now, they've been in the same spot the whole day as well. See that one just resting its chin on the back of another. Bev, you're asking if crocodiles and hippos live together in harmony. They do. They have quite a healthy respect for one another. Both of them know what the other is capable of. And so they keep a distance from each other. But if one of them does come too close to the other, usually there's a bit of a disagreement, and actually a crocodile will come off second to a hippo, especially a big one like those ones that we can see on the bank. And especially if a crocodile maybe goes for that youngster. There is a youngster lying right in the middle of those hippos. See the back of it, much smaller than the rest of them. And maybe just the head of another small one. So if any of those little ones are in danger, the bigger ones in the pod will come to their rescue. So interesting that one is just resting its chin, but choosing to stand up, maybe trying to get some sun onto its legs. I'm sure it's just a comfortable position for it. Sally, you're asking if crocodiles give birth to live young or if they lay eggs. They lay eggs, so the female will dig a hole usually in the bank of the waterhole or river that they're living in a suitable spot that's going to get enough sunlight but not too much sunlight. And she will actually lie very close to that nest. Sometimes they don't actually dig. They will maybe use leaves and other dead plant matter lying in the bush, and they'll gather it up into a pile, lay the eggs in the pile, and then close that up if that's going to be the best sort of incubator for the eggs. And then she'll wait very close by for about 3 months or 90 days for those eggs to hatch. So she'll be very alert to any danger to her eggs, and she'll try to chase anything that does come close away. And then when the little crocodiles hatch and emerge, she will sometimes, if the nest is quite far away from the water, then she'll pick them up in her mouth and carry them to the waterhole and then let them out. And then stay quite close by for a week or two just so that her presence is felt by any animals that might want to come and try and eat the little hatchlings. And then from then on, it's up to them to fend for themselves, to look for food for themselves. And as with big crocodiles, small crocodiles will eat pretty much anything. So whatever they're able to catch and fit down their throat, they'll go for it. So there's not too many, but there are a few reptile species that give birth to live young, but mostly snakes and some chameleons. We've had quite a pleasant time at this waterhole, and I think we've seen most of what's on offer here. There's no sounds or signs of anything else coming down to drink for now. So I think from here, Odie and I are going to move on and maybe go check some of the open areas not too far away, see if we can find some rhino to show you this afternoon.
Scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the waterhole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down. And then,
That was the opportunity of the scrappy.
You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back onto Bushwalk. We're just looking at the tracks of a monitor lizard that is coming through here. There's two species that we find in South Africa, the rock monitor as well as the water monitor, and I can't separate the two from one another. So generally, if we are in a tracking assessment, the answer is always monitor lizard. And if we have a look over here, at first we thought that it was a snake, and then we detected the little feet right over here, with the 5 little nails sticking out over here, which enables it to climb up vertical surfaces such as trees, where a rock monitor will often make itself comfortable in a hole inside a tree and sleep inside there. They'll also go and raid the nest for chicks as well as the eggs. The other species, null monitor, that often goes into the water and is more aptly focusing on fish as well as water birds. So one of the things that I find particularly interesting about this lizard is that it's got a forked tongue, a characteristic that it shares with snakes. And what it's doing when it's flicking out that tongue is actually tasting the air. And it shares that same character with a Komodo dragon, which is also in the same genus of Varanus as which the two monitor lizards occur in. For some of you, you might actually know that their saliva is quite toxic. However, they cannot inject the venom or the toxic saliva into their prey. We find the same with agamas and monitor lizards, as well as chameleons in South Africa. And this is a reason why scientists places them into a group of reptiles which is known as a venom clad. Well, let's go and see what the others are up to on their little bumble.
Well, sounds like JP's having fun with the lizards. Right. I just want to investigate some tracks here. Buffaloes. Not what we're looking for, but if there's an opportunity to see them again, why not? So just bear with me. I'm just going to quickly hop out. I will be in contact with you. And this appears to be tracks from this morning. And one right here. There's a definitely this morning. Right. And they're heading exactly to where we saw them yesterday. So we will just go and investigate. Like I said, we're not necessarily looking for buffalo, but we'll take them any day. So I'm just going to slowly drive forward. And let's see. And it is rather windy, and it has been windy since mid-morning. And in fact, that is them, indeed. Yeah, boy. Super stuff. It will take us probably a good 5 or 10 minutes to get to there. But we got them. One Hlaminyari just north of Trias Dam. Nice. Right, Trias Dam is right up ahead. So I was just about to say that I was just listening to the Game Drive radio. The dam is just up ahead, and we'll probably there is a road that goes past, so we're going to continue. And in the meantime, Simon mentioned that buffalo must be one of the easiest animals to track, and I would totally agree. A herd of 300-400 buffalo leaves a very, very clear trail. I mean, you can just see on the road, it looks like the inside of a cattle corral, you know. It's just look at that. It's literally just this mass of tracks and buffalo dung. So not difficult to track. A single buffalo could be challenging, like the one which we saw this morning. We just happened to bump in it by chance. Well, let's go get them. They're just on that ridge up ahead. Wow. It's interesting, the reports yesterday is that they left our property. That's why we couldn't find any of them this morning. Hi, Tracy. No, not at all. When we drive in the vehicle, even I can have a lion right next to me, it would not matter, because we become part of the vehicle in terms of the vehicle's shape. The lions or leopards and buffalo and elephants don't really see us as humans inside the vehicle, rather as part of the vehicle. It's almost as if they see this funny green animal with round feet and a couple of heads. So they will see it as a single object. Should you stand up, that will change things dramatically. Then they are able to recognize that human figure, and that is something that their instinct will recognize as a threat. Okay, I can see the buffalo up on the ridge here. So we'll go past the dam, and then I can see a little track there, which is always good if we don't have to go off-road. Well, while we get in position with the buffalo, I'm going to send you over to Grant, who's doing some birding.
We are definitely doing some birding. We haven't found a bird. Well, it's definitely a bird, but it's a bird of prey or a raptor. What you'll notice if you look at the bird is it's got a mostly black body with a white patch on the chest, very distinct white patch on the chest, and then very clear, beautiful yellow legs, quite long legs. And it's oopsie, sorry about that, I'm trying to get my bird book, and it's sitting perched in the same spot. It's been there for about 5 or 6 minutes since we've been here. If anyone wants to have a go at what species it is. It's quite an exciting little raptor for the birders. Quite an exciting bird to watch if it does something. But this one at the moment is very much perched and just scanning for any movement around us. So there is a little bit of wind blowing, so the grass is moving from side to side. So potentially a few distractions for it. But it will be looking out for mostly birds. But it won't say no if it spots a little mouse running in this grassland. Although it is a specialist in catching birds. And I actually thought, I just saw the white patch on our way through here, and I thought that white front was maybe from a Burchell's kukkel. And then I carried on going, and when we got sort of side on to it, I saw that it was mostly black as opposed to the brown of the Burchell's kukkel. I had a quick look with the binoculars and was able to see that it was something a little bit more exciting. Bushveld's sun is spot on. That is a black sparrow hawk. And I say quite an exciting bird because it is a specialist bird hunter, and when it does make a kill, it is spectacular to see. They will most often try to catch a bird in flight, but also go for ground birds running through the long grass or bush, and they'll catch them as they're trying to run away. So quite a vicious thing to see, but amazing nonetheless. So in the book, just to show you another closer look at it, that is the black sparrow hawk, and we are looking at an adult. You do get a dark one, but there's the light chest that we are currently looking at. But this one is quite dark. It's got a very small white patch in front of it, on the front of its body. And then that red eye, and look at how sharp that beak is. So we're just going to sit with this black sparrow hawk, see if anything happens here. And in the meantime, send you across to JP, who is also doing some birding.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment, we're not birding, but we're actually staring at a squirrel that's in a tree. And it's a tree squirrel, as most of you might know of them. It's actually an interesting little piece of history in the area. It's an area that's known as Acornhoek. And originally it was known as Eekhoorntjie, which is an Afrikaans name or Dutch name for a squirrel. It was eventually misinterpreted by the English and it was renamed Acornhoek, as nobody could pronounce Eekhoorntjie. But to come back to the squirrel, I do like them. They're quite cute, but they can be incredibly mischievous, especially when they get into your house. I had a pair that used to run amok on my roof, and they would chew through the electric cables and through the insulation, and they would start gnawing early morning on things already, and you would wake up very, very early. Eventually, a snouted cobra of approximately 1.8 meters made its way into my roof, and all the squirrels and bats that I had living in the house disappeared. Let's come back to the squirrels. I find them particularly interesting, although we normally see them on their own. They form little social groups. And what they'll often do is that they will anal drag one another to mark one another so that they share the same communal odor. And if they pick up a squirrel that doesn't share the same communal odor, they'll immediately will chase that one away. So one of the things that I do find interesting about them in terms of their behavior is if you normally approach them, they will run to the back end of a tree. However, this one is very relaxed. He's busy eating the little flowers on the knobthorn at the moment. So we see that they take a wide range of different plant materials. They do take flowers, and they also cache seeds for the winter months. And sometimes they even forget where they hide these little things. At one point, I used to take marula kernels to decorate the plants that I had and put them around the base of the plants. And this one little squirrel, he used to come and steal all of them and then go and hide them in a corner underneath my fireplace. I eventually used to steal them back and I go and put them back, and 3 days later, 4 days later, all the marula kernels are gone again. So just like a number of different bird species, as well as vivid monkeys and other antelope species, these also have a unique alarm call, and quite often when they are alarming for a predator, it alerts us in time to go and have a look and see if we can go and locate on that predator. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what the others are up to.
Well, seems like from squirrels to guinea fowl, the two best leopard finders out in the bush. These guys are the helmeted guinea fowl. They, as you can see, they're normally on the ground, and I think they're busy looking for seeds or just anything that they can eat. They'll get little insects, plant material, and at the moment they're all pretty chill. They're all together walking in a big group, but as the springtime starts becoming more and more prevalent on us, and you'll see that they're going to retreat and they're going to be in small groups. Will normally be a male and a female, or a male that's trying to court a female, and then all the youngsters will sort of either go their own way or start doing the same and start mating. Or I should say, start the process of trying to find a mate and then raise their chicks throughout the season. I was kind of hoping that they were going to make a noise. They're a very prominent guinea fowl call that everybody knows. There we go. That's the reason why they're called the helmeted guinea fowl. On top of their head, they've got that funny helmet. And very beautiful plumage, actually. I think that polka dot version has featured in many clothing lines all across the world. So apparently the guinea fowl wore it first. I must say, they do wear them quite pretty. Pretty chill. Not much happening here. We've made all the way to Tswalu Dam. We're not far from the dam, actually. We just saw the guinea fowl and thought it would be nice just to spend some time with them. See if we could get an insight. But seems like not much around here. There's also a herd of impala not too far away and some oxpeckers that were busy flustering about. So all in all, a pretty chilled afternoon out in the African bush. Although it is quite windy here next to the water, these guys are not too bothered. They're small and hiding underneath all the tall grass, so it's a good deal for them. Can almost hear them now. They're pretty chilled. So it's funny because if they're alarming at leopards, you will see them go on top of the trees and then alarm like crazy from there. And if they are alarming at eagles, then we'll do it from the ground.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. At the moment we are looking at a number of vervet monkeys that have come down to come and have a drink. They were very cautious at first when they approached to make sure that there's no potential threats in the area. You can see that they have to go down on their front legs and then put their head right against the water. Seems that the other one is keeping an eye out for any potential threats. So generally when they feed as well, there's one of the members of the group which will always be on security duty and checking out for potential dangers. As we mentioned earlier on, squirrels alert us quite often of potential dangerous animals, and most of the leopards I've actually found over the years were actually due to vervet monkeys. They're probably one of the monkey species with the widest distribution range in South Africa, and they occur in a range of different habitats, unlike the slightly larger sykes or Simango monkey, which occurs only in forested habitats. It's fairly easy to identify these guys as they tend to also be slightly smaller than Simango monkeys. And if you also have a quick look at them, and hopefully the one male is going to turn around, you'll notice that the big male has a bright blue scrotum with scarlet-tipped penis. If we also look at the Simango monkeys or Sykes monkeys, they're slightly darker grey in colour. They also tend to be much more vocal compared to vervet monkeys. We're going to watch our monkeys for a little bit longer and see what they get up to. Let's go and see what is Chris up to.
Sounds like JP is having some fun around that waterhole. Now we've managed to catch up with the tail end of this buffalo herd. It's almost a bit of a deja vu. I mean, this is a scene that's been repeating itself every day nearly now. But like I said, we'll take it any day. They're quite widespread at the moment. They spread out over a couple of 100 meters, if not more. Behind us we had a few old males lying, and there's almost like little subgroups that have each decided where they want to lie. Some have gotten up and are slowly moving and grazing. It looks like they are pointing in a northwestern direction. Probably a bit more west, sort of west-southwest. Which is good news, because we are in the southern reaches of Juma's property. And it will be great if they can stay. Now, there were also reports of dark mane vocalizing in this area this morning. I have not seen any tracks though. So that is something we keep in the back of our minds. We are going to stay with this buffalo herd for a while. But in the meantime, let's see what Ali is up to. She's down at Tswalu Dam.
We are just melting away looking at a tiny, well, not the tiniest, but a small baby hippo. Ah, there it is. Well done, VK. Look at those little ears. Isn't that the cutest? Oh my God, I wish I could have a hippo. Look at the little nostrils. Oh, and it's even smiling. I'm going to take it that it's smiling for the camera. Oh, goodness gracious. That was a very loud radio. Oh my God, that is adorable. So you... gone all the way down. So I think we've got 2 females here and then just 2 youngsters that we've seen pop up and down. And I'm saying 2 females because it's very hard to distinguish a male from a female hippo. You basically see the same part of their faces when they put them up in the above the surface like that. So it's very hard to actually know what it is or what gender you're looking at. In this case, well, you know, we've got the giveaway of the little one just going around there. So I think maybe two little cousins that are playing around, or just a little crash, whoop, the one goes down and the other one comes up. And you can see these hippos are incredibly used to people. I mean, we're just in front of Tswalu Dam, or the Tswalu Lodge, so they're pretty used to being observed and adored at different times of the day. And in other areas, if you go perhaps where there isn't as much human or vehicle exposure, then you might see that hippos are not this relaxed, especially the little ones. They tend to just kind of hide behind mom, or, you know, the mothers will stare at you and sometimes they start grunting. Or, of course, if they feel like they need to, then they're going to start opening their mouth and showing you their big teeth, their tusks, just to try and intimidate you and advertise that they actually mean trouble and that you shouldn't go into the water with them, which would be really actually cool to do if you could swim with hippos. Wouldn't that be, VK? I would love to swim with hippos one day, you know? I don't know, one of those wildlife experiences in my utopic world. Please don't try it in the real, though. Don't try approaching hippos in the wild. They're actually quite dangerous. They are very much on the offensive as a way of defending themselves. So, especially if you catch them in between the water or if you're in between them and the water, then they tend to feel a lot more threatened and they tend to become a little bit more aggressive. The water is a safe place, so it's also part of the reason why they're so chilled, or why, you know, they've adapted to this aquatic lifestyle, and just being out and not being able to be there, then it's a problem. Standing by, Hali?
Hi, Ali. Did you notice that there's some lungus there in the camp?
I just noticed, yeah. Sorry, I asked for an update before coming this way.
Yeah, we were still in the lodge, so we were still, all of us around the lodge. So please, lungus that side, where you are now.
Okay, copy. I'm just gonna famba towards the dam wall. Alrighty. Oh my God, look at that one. Look at that one with the bum. Sorry, I believe that there was a question. Can you see it on the right, BK? No, so we just had a very interesting sight. It's a little bit hard because of the water. Sorry, I was just on the radio with one of the Tswalu stations telling us that there are some guests in the lodge, so we shouldn't go back the way that we came, obviously to give them privacy, because all the rooms face towards the Waterhole because it's a beautiful sight. But in saying that, we had a hippo now that I've always seen them when they're around in the water. They tend to come up with their noses and then just breathe and then go down, especially if it's windy or if they don't want to be seen or if it's incredibly hot. But now there's a hippo, which I'm going to suspect is a male. Somewhere on the right hand side, you can just see the face now. Yeah, that one. He's just done something I've never seen hippos do before. He just put his bum out and then started spraying his feces all around the water. So the way that hippos mark their territory, and especially their pathways in and out of the water, is by doing that. So they defecate quite quickly, or they defecate and they wiggle their tail quite quickly, and then they just spread it all over the show, spread their dung all over the show. As we know, animals tend to communicate a lot using their feces, and there's nothing smellier than those things. Nancy, and they can drink water while they're inside of the water, and they also sometimes, it's quite funny because you can see them when they're just coming back. Oh, you see the one on the right? Yeah, so let's just stay maybe on that one. There's the one there, the one that was just putting the bum out. He's just come up and done a display where he opened his mouth quite widely just to show us his big tusks and trying to intimidate us, which was really interesting. So we're just kind of going to stay on there and then see if he does it again, because it's always cool to see this. Nancy, going back to your question, yes, they do. They can drink while they're in the water, and you often see them as well when they're coming back to the water, because hippos are actually herbivores and they don't eat fish. They come out of the water normally during nighttime in the summer season, because then it gets too hot and then they dehydrate quite quickly, and you see them pretty much standing with their feet on the edge of the water and then just drinking there. It's quite funny. It's, you know, you can probably see them drinking, so there is no doubt that they're doing that. But where they're in the water, why not? I'm sure it's just as easy to do that. Of course, as soon as we mention this one, then he's gonna go under the water and then just be sneaky and not show up. Come on, boy. I'm sure you were trying to impress the girls. Dane, I've never seen a hippo with twins. I would believe that there are records of it, but I would imagine it's quite rare. Normally, all of the bigger animals that are around the area, then they tend to have just one at a time. Ah, look at those little faces. I suspect that this is more the case of two females with two youngsters of roughly the same age, rather than these two actually being the offspring of the same female. It would be really hard to tell from here. I could be mistaken. Maybe we are looking at twins. But in general, the easiest way to tell if an animal has twin is if both youngsters actually suckle from the same mother, because lions are perhaps one of the few creatures that will allow others or the cubs of other females to nurse from them, and with most of the other mammals actually not allowing this type of behavior to other offsprings that are not their own. So we've got two big heads and two little heads, so I'm suspecting it's actually 1 and 1. Oh, that is very cute. Yeah, there we go. We've got the 1 and the 2 little ones in the middle.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala.
Now you've got to inhale it. It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly. Go, girl, go! Get her! Get her, girl! Get her! I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's two. I'm really hoping there's two. But you know, even if there's one, oh my goodness, everyone!
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
It's day 1 of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oh!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We haven't moved since you were last with us. We are still keeping an eye on this black sparrowhawk. We were actually considering... Oh, there we go! Are you managing, OD? Look how fast it's flying. So I don't think it's hunting right now, but... Oh, maybe. Ah, it's gone. So we were just waiting and actually considering leaving. And hoping that something like a button quail or a francolin or a pigeon or a dove flew past this open area. Maybe the sparrowhawk would have gone for it. Maybe it spotted something behind that tree line that we can't see. I'm not too sure, but at least we were here for its takeoff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the direction that it's flown off into and see if we can see maybe what it went for.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Well, another thing that we have in common with the Masai Mara is that you would be able to see Cape buffalo in both locations. And we've just moved a little bit further into the herd and they are just spread out all over. We are literally surrounded by them now. And it doesn't really give you the full perspective as to how many are there. Now, much like watching elephants feed, watching buffalo graze has also got this real calming effect on one. It's hard to imagine that this is considered to be one of the most, if not the most dangerous mammal in Africa. Now, having said that, I've done quite extensive walking trails in my career and I've in fact had some very peaceful encounters with these herds of buffalo, especially if you get them in slightly open area and plan your approach well. I've even managed to get fairly close to them on foot. Not this close, but close enough with the guest in order to get a few photos. And even at times where they spotted us, they would trot towards us, snort a little bit, and often then just dash off. Some cases they didn't even know we were there. It's all about terrain and using wind and sun and everything to your advantage. The danger lies in these old bulls that's towards the rear of the herd. You never know where they are. as well as these solitary bulls or small male groups, these bachelor groups. And they're often in thicker bush. And if you do find yourself walking through that area, one just have to walk very, very slow, because if you do encounter those at short range, they could be problematic. Doesn't mean we have to fear them when walking around there. We often out on foot tracking various creatures, and we do run into these animals occasionally. And this morning we had a long discussion about guide training, and that is a fundamental part of guide training. Hi Samantha, I'm not sure where the term originated from. I just know that it is called a boss, and it's fairly unique to them in terms of the wild ox family. There is one other wild ox that also has a very pronounced boss like that, and that would be the musk oxen that are found in the Arctic, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not exactly sure where that term originated from. Probably got to do something with the horn base. Probably just a alternative word for a horn base, or a pronounced horn base. And it would be interesting to research that and see where that came from. None of my books actually specify where the name comes from. It just explains what the boss is, which is just a huge portion of continuous bone growth covered with a very thick keratin cap. So I'm able to tell you what it is, but not necessarily where the name came from. And it's only the males, the bulls, who have that well-developed horn base. Roofers, indeed, you do sometimes see them together. They're generally at ease with each other. Sometimes at waterholes there might be a bit of a dispute. Elephants don't really like other creatures around when they drink. But yes, I've had a number of occasions where I've seen elephants and even rhino at times moving around with the buffalo. So even though there's some overlap in their food resources, they don't really compete that much, and they don't pose a threat necessarily to each other. They don't hunt each other, so generally speaking, they're quite comfortable with each other's presence. You would sometimes find young elephants out of sheer play might chase around a few buffalo when they're with them. But that's exactly just that. It's play. Just coming back to guide training, especially guides operating on foot. The training is very intense and very thorough by well-experienced mentors. And there's also a very strict assessment system for trails guides wishing or wanting to operate on foot with their guests. There's a minimum amount of hours that you have to log under a mentor out on foot, a certain amount of encounters with dangerous game that you have to log, and various certain other qualifications before you are cleared to get a license to do that. So whenever you visit Africa and you want to go on a bush walk or a trail, it is one of the most rewarding experiences one can do, and you can know that that guide will be a qualified, an experienced and thoroughly assessed guide. and it's well regulated by the authorities. Lady Macbeth, that is phenomenal. That he gave clarity on that. Apparently it's from a Dutch word that means raised, and that makes perfect sense to me, with that raised horn basis called a boss. And funny enough, the language that I speak at home is derived from Dutch, and I didn't know that. Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna file that in my mental cabinet, and I will remember that forever. It just shows you, you never ever stop learning out here. We're gonna try and penetrate deeper into this herd and just see what's up and what they're doing. In the meantime, we're gonna link to JP on his bushwalk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're still looking at a number of tracks in and around the dam. And one of the tracks that we found is that of Egyptian geese. You'll notice 1, 2, 3 toes pointing forward, and then one small little stub pointing towards the back. Right in between the toes, you'll notice that there's 2 little pieces that are webbed, and this is referred to as a palmate track. Sometimes what we also find is with some species that there will be an additional web between the outer toe and the hind toe, and that's referred to as a toti palmate track. And that's generally species such as African darter, cormorants, as well as pelicans, which has such a foot structure. Another interesting foot structure is that of a number of birds, such as the hammerkop, where there's only a small little piece of webbing in between the toes, and that's referred to as semi-palmate. And then we get a 4th foot structure, which is also known as lobate, which is 4 individual lobes, 1, 2, 3 pointing forward, 1 backward, and those are to create an extra large surface area, but allows for walking on land, but also for propulsion through the water, and that's typical of species such as grebes. So one of my favorite foot structures are that actually of an African jacana, which is one of 2 jacana species which we have in southern Africa, and they've got incredibly large feet, hence the Afrikaans name langtoon, which means long toe. That's also why they're referred to as Jesus birds in some parts of the world, as there's 8 species worldwide. That incredibly large toes allows for even distribution of the weight and enables them to walk on water lilies, as they also have a nickname as water or lily trotter, which is one of their other nicknames. So there's a few little hints which you can use in future to identify different water birds and their tracks. Hopefully we'll have some more waders back in the next few weeks as it's becoming progressively warmer, and our return of most of the migrant birds have already started. In the last week we've already noticed that we've seen both Wahlberg's eagles returning, as well as a large number of yellow-billed kites. These are often patrolling our roads in search of roadkill. They also quite often are found in coastal towns. I can remember a few years ago, we used to find a number of these yellow-billed kites at a picnic spot in Greater St. Lucia Wetlands Park. And these guys were very apt at stealing from your table or taking food directly out of your hand.
Yet again we find ourselves right in the middle of a buffalo herd. This herd has been sticking around for the last week. And we were very fortunate to be able to spend so much quality time with this herd, because they will disappear eventually and we might not see them for weeks. So we'll absorb and enjoy every single moment of it. They ask me why they do come to this region and why they spend so much time here, and one can just look at here. We've got quite a lot of grass cover, and that is what they're after, grazing. This is just superb. And the fact that they are so calm with our presence is just even more amazing. I have seen buffalo herds in the past that just runs at first sight of the vehicle, and having them so close to us and so relaxed with our presence is just another privilege. And we are so fortunate to be able to experience this right here in the Lowveld of South Africa at Djuma Game Reserve. And this is so special that we will certainly spend the bulk of the afternoon with them.
Just a beautiful scene. We've managed to find some white rhino, and they are coming straight towards us, which is quite exciting. So I'm going to be as quiet as possible. So you might hear the wind blowing every now and then. And if you look at the rhinos, look at their ears, you'll see their ears are not still for very long, or not in the same position for very long. They're swiveling in all directions, just trying to listen. And the wind is causing them to get a little bit spooked every now and then. But they look quite keen to come and investigate us. I agree, Jackie, it's a beautiful scene. So lovely to see these endangered animals just happily doing their thing. The wind is in our favor at the moment. It's blowing from them to us. So I'm sure that they don't know exactly what we are. They can see a big green shape over here, and they can definitely hear my voice. You see the size difference. The one at the back, clearly the biggest one, and more recently dehorned. And then the three younger ones. Just following this big cow around. Just for a little bit of guidance and a bit of company. They are now very close to our vehicle, maybe 10 meters away. Owen's just shuffling around, trying to get into a position. Kerry, I must agree, I also love seeing rhinos, and it's really special to be able to spend time with them, and a huge privilege for us to be able to show you them. And looking at that big female, I definitely think she might be pregnant again. It looks as though these three that are following her are slightly older calves, maybe. Oh, they are running. They might be just following her. They are slightly older calves, so not necessarily needing to stick with their own mom, but might have been chased away by a dominant bull, and so they need to just stick with an older cow that's quite experienced, that knows where to go, where to find good food and where to find water. And so they are just following her around. You can hear the wind gusting now, causing the rhinos to come into a tight bunch like that. But looking at the belly and the roundness of that big cow, I'm sure she's pregnant again. Which would be about right if one of those calves belonged to her, which I'm sure is the case. Those calves all look to be about 4 years old. And so for more or less the last year, this female has been raising her young calf. But at some point these other two have come and joined up. And she'll tolerate them just because she is quite happy to have other rhinos around. The company of other rhinos is pleasant for her. They just feel more comfortable when there's more of them around. And everyone is just saying how lovely it is to see so many rhinos, and all together we hope keeping each other safe. And I'll have a look at their heads going back down to the grass, starting to feed again. So they are calming down a little bit. The wind is still gusting, but they've realized that there's no danger, nothing has chased them. Although if you look, they've... Oopsie. If you look at the position and the formation that they're standing in, they're all standing back to back, which is a defense of these rhinos. They'll face all the pointy bits, all the dangerous bits, their horns and their weapons out, and their more vulnerable bits, their backsides, onto the inside. so that if anything does try to come for them, they can defend themselves. So they will not see us as a threat, they will not see the vehicle as a threat to them, but because of their poor eyesight, they are just alert to our presence. Jerome, you're asking if rhinos tolerate the presence of other animals around them. So they do, to a degree. They've got a comfort zone for various different interactions. And so with something like an elephant, they'll want to give an elephant more space, or they'll want more space between themselves and an elephant. But other rhinos, if they do come into contact with other rhinos, they would have a much smaller comfort zone. Or should I say bigger comfort zone, so they will let another rhino approach them to determine whether it's dangerous or not. A big bull would be dangerous to a younger bull, but a big bull would not be dangerous to a cow and calf, for example. And then things like impalas and wildebeest and zebra, rhinos will happily tolerate them coming very close because they interact with them quite often. They're slowly calming down, although there is one that seems to be very alert to our presence. So I might try to get us downwind of them once again, because I'm sure that they can smell us now with the wind blowing from us towards them. And so we'll see what the view is like on the other side as well.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened, or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
we inside this herd still, and we just spotted this incredibly big buffalo bull, and we can't really get the perspective. And I don't think I've ever seen a buffalo with such wide horns. Looks like one of these oxen that you see in the movies. And he's just to the left, and if he can just turn his head towards us, and even there you can see how wide those horns sort of extend. And it's just caught my eye. It's just it just stood out. Look at that thick neck. Good day, Avril. Yes, it does. It keeps on growing, although the rate slows down as they get older. So you'll find the first couple of years the rate at which the horns grow is very quick, and then it slows down. But it keeps growing. But you might also get a bit of a negative effect, because as they sharpen the tips, and this is for any hoofed animals in general, goodness, just look at that animal. You would find that even though it still grows, they might work it down by sharpening it faster than the growth rate. So you can actually have a net negative growth, in a way, if I can put it that way. So the horn can actually become shorter over time, because the rate at which they work it down when they sharpen it and maintain the horn could be quicker than the actual growth rate. And this is often the case in very, very old horned animals, whether it be buffalo, kudu, impala, etc. Wow, that is just an enormous buffalo bull. I surely don't want to be on the receiving end of that equipment he's got there. Good day, white mane. I am not entirely certain, but it would be very similar to cattle. And I'm just trying to literally think back in my first year studies now, trying to recall how many. So they, in terms of incisors, they don't have top incisors on the upper jaw. So only lower incisors, which they use in combination with the upper lip to cut the grass. And then they obviously have molars and premolars. But I do know, and I can recall from my studies, that their teeth structure is very similar to that of domestic cows. And I assume bison as well. I have a book with me, which I will consult, just to give you the exact number. But in terms of structure, so that I have molars and premolars, and then only lower incisors on the lower jaw and none on the upper jaw. This is typical of all bovids. them approaching from our right. Almost like a little mini migration. And on that note, let's take a look at an upcoming expedition in 2022 to the Masai Mara.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Well, the Mara certainly looks amazing. It's definitely a place that's on my bucket list for one day. So we've come around to the other side of these rhinos, the downwind side of them, and they are looking a lot more relaxed. And not too far away from the rhinos, we spotted this black-bellied bustard moving through the grasslands here. If you look at the bird itself, lacking that black belly, it tells us that it is a female. And look at how she's slowly walking through the grass, trying not to spook any of the little insects that she might be trying to hunt. See how carefully she's stepping. Some beautiful light on her at the moment. To see if she maybe is able to catch something before we go on to those rhinos. Oh, do you go back to the rhinos? Go just to the right of the rhinos. There's a small bird on top of the tree. There's an eastern nickiter. No, down below. Sorry, this is a tricky one for you. Go in there. Yeah, go in there. There we go. Down to the right. There. That's an eastern nickiter. That is not a very easy bird to see, and it's completely out in the open. So it's a bird that usually hops around in very dense bush looking for little insects. And I think it's come to investigate the rhinos to see if maybe as those rhinos are feeding through this grassland, if they might flush out a little insect, then the nickiter will be able to try to catch whatever flies up. How amazing is that? See, the nickiter is hopping closer to the rhinos. Beautiful bird. Now you'll notice beyond the rhinos, there's quite a dense tree line. And you'll see that the rhinos have all relaxed now and they've all started feeding. Compared to that nervous walking around, standing back to back. And so where they've positioned themselves right now with that tree line behind them, that tree line is just a bit of a shield from the wind, so the wind is not so bad on this side. So it's not making a noise on their ears. They'll feel a lot more comfortable there, able to hear if anything's approaching them. We are still a little bit out in the open, so we're still experiencing the wind, but I can imagine that where those rhinos are, there's pretty much not a breath of wind there. See the rhinos happily wagging their tails, flicking away any flies. But all four of them are heads down, feeding on the grass. Well, we managed to get some good birds here and also another nice view of these rhinos. So I think we might carry on from here and see what else we can find. Send you across to Chris with his buffaloes.
That was a good little sequence of birding there from Grant. I must say, I haven't seen an eastern Nikata in quite some time. Truly a hard bird to spot. Well done. We're just going to watch the last remaining members of this herd pass by. 90% of them is already passed, but this will give you a good idea of the amount of buffalo that are in this herd. And they just keep coming. It's just like they're never ending. Hi Megan, yes, isn't this just unbelievable how many of them are in this group? And this is not even the largest groups around. There's even bigger herds in the greater Kruger region, and nothing stops them from coming into this area. And that's the beauty of this area, is that we are in fact part of the greater Kruger Park region, though we are a Juma Game Reserve, which in turns form part of the larger Sabi Sand Reserve. And there's no physical boundaries between Juma, Sabi Sand and the Kruger Park. It's one and the same system. It's a mere dirt track that separates the two, much like the one they are crossing now. You can see as they pass in this straight line, every now and then one of the adult bulls will just be on the outskirts, and that's for protection. You can see right in the background a very big bull, standing guard. And every now and then you'll just see on the sides one of these big bulls literally just watching the rest pass, and then they act as almost like bouncers. And they are much more effective at repelling any lion attack than the females. Now this seems to be the last bits and bobs crossing over this clearing. Yeah, that is all of them. That was just absolutely one truly amazing experience.
Look guys, sorry, it would just be 1 second. Thank you very much. Yes, nice to meet you. Thanks a lot. Alrighty. We will, thanks. So, as you can see from the silhouette there, sorry, the guys from Nkoro were incredibly nice and waiting for us. And look who it is! Yay! So exciting to see you. I have not seen this cat. I think this is my second time only ever seeing this cat, which is quite exciting. Apparently he was a little bit on the grumpy side. I believe maybe the weather is not cooperating with him, and maybe that's what's made him a little bit grumpy. But very, very happy that he is posing beautifully for us. I mean, we kind of were hoping for a leopard the whole afternoon, so yay! Tristan would be proud. Very exciting times. All right, are you gonna look this way or are you gonna look the other way? In case you were wondering, this is Mareeps, or that's what we've been told from looking or judging from their hairy ears. I believe it's him. I'm just gonna see if we can find a better way of positioning ourselves. Let's see, I'm gonna try and reposition. Sorry guys, just bear with us because he is posing beautifully on a termite mound and there's some beautiful light coming through. So we're just gonna take a few branches to the face as we do when we follow leopards. Well, in this case, he's actually just standing there, so I should be nice to him. Oh my god, yes, oh my gosh, he's posing beautifully. Alrighty, BK, let me know if that works for you. Perfect. Ooh, look at that. That is what dreams are made of. A leopard on a termite mound. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Saves if you go a little bit further north, it's an easier way in.
Again, Ali?
If you just carry on going, there's an easier way in just a little bit further ahead from you.
Okay, copy.
Sorry guys, just directing someone into the sighting. Well, whew. It's been quite an adventure finding him. So we've been plotting around Tswalu, just having this leopard feeling that there would be a leopard somewhere around this afternoon, and we were kind of hoping for Mareeps when we just drove down to the dam. But he's not anywhere close to the dam, which is also quite a feat because we tend to have all of our best sightings there. So it's quite fun to actually be in the middle of the block on Tswalu, far away from the dam, and then enjoying the sighting of the leopard, which is really cool. Especially when he's posing so nicely the way he is all the way there. Those ears, they're so fluffy. He is quite something. So this is a young male leopard. I haven't been following the lives too closely lately, so you guys can let me know if by any chance I make a mistake. But it seems like Thandi has been just leaving him, or has completely left him on his own, and then she's kind of moved back into Tswalu, just leaving the Juma area. Seems like she's come back to this area, and after a bit of a hiatus, almost a couple of years, she's took back the Juma side, but now she's back down here and Tlalamba is enjoying Juma. Interesting how things work out. So he's going to have an interesting life during the next while. He will probably try to be as inconspicuous as possible. Not that he's really helping himself right now sitting on top of a termite mound, but in terms of other male leopards, the older he gets, then the more of a threat in terms of competition he will be to other male leopards, and they might not start tolerating him in the area and they'll chase him around. He will also be growing and then starting potentially to look for areas in which to establish himself as a dominant male and start siring offspring, which is really what we want. Oh, because they would make cute babies, or he would make cute babies. Although he's still a little bit young for that. It's still going to be a couple of years before he actually has the chance. This is very cool. I think we're all sharing the excitement of seeing him. I love it when they pose on termite mounds. And this particular area of Chit is quite interesting that way. Lots of big old termite mounds, and I can't say this is the first cat that I've seen perched on top of one of them. So I think, or what I suspect that he's doing is he's looking fairly full, not too bad, but perhaps just lazing about, digesting what he's eaten, and just keeping a casual eye out to see if he can spot anything from around here that might spike his interest. Although he kind of looks like Cleopatra at the moment. I don't think he's got too many worries in life. Oh, that's a beautiful face. Hello, leopard. I'm very excited to be seeing him. Don't know, sorry guys, there's a Hali on the radio and there's an Ali on the radio, so sometimes I don't know if they're calling me or if they're calling Hali, so that just makes everything even more interesting. Standing by. Ah, you see they were looking for Hali. Look at these guys, I wonder what he's eaten. I don't know when's the last time that he was seen. Jason, most predators, if it's very windy, it's sometimes better for them as it improves their chances when they go hunting. The wind will start swirling and taking the scent away, so it tends to confuse animals. Animals are a little bit more on edge, so they might have to work harder in approaching something, but it's sort of like a factor that they can use in their favor. Often, as I was saying earlier, during the drive, when we have this big massive thunderstorm where the wind picks up and of course it starts raining at night, more often than not you'll find that leopards will actually be successful and then they'll manage to kill something overnight. I think in this case he's not too worried. He is alert, because if you look at him, his ears are constantly moving around. He's sort of looks in a direction and then looks in the next direction. So I think he could be assessing. If his mom Thandi has left him, then it means that his hunting skills should be adequate. Perhaps not to bring big things down like big kuru or big nyala. I don't know what the biggest kill he's been seen to do, but practice makes perfect. So the older he grows to be, the bigger he's going to get, the stronger he's going to get, so he's going to start targeting bigger things. At this stage, I would imagine, just by judging his size, he's still not that big, so he would still be going for youngsters or smaller creatures. But impala season is approaching, and who knows, maybe this year the impala will drop their babies sooner, and then when that happens, it's the time of plenty for all the predators. Tiny little impala that, although can run and jump very far, some of them don't even know what a predator looks like before the predator snatches them away and then eats them all. But they learn quickly, they grow quickly, the impala, so it's also not like the leopards are going to have an advantage for too long. I just want to go pat him on the belly. Look at that belly. He's obviously been eating something. Let's see, we're going to stick around for a little bit, see if we can see him staying on the mound for a while. Otherwise, if he comes down, we'll let you guys know. But let's go to JP and let's ask him if he's ever climbed a termite mound like a leopard.
Welcome back onto Bushwalk. Yes, I have climbed on termite mounds, to fairly large ones as well. And one stage it was because a black rhino was chasing me. The other times it was just for the fun of it, to actually see what's around in the area. So quite often they provide nice little prominent viewpoints. Both leopard and cheetah does precisely the same. A quick way to scan the environment to make sure that there's no potential threats in the area, or if it's a potential meal that they would like to try and make a go on. So as we were looking at a number of tracks this afternoon, and our group of buffalo that we found this morning also came to this waterhole. And here we can see the track of one of the buffalo coming through. And here we see the hind foot stepping in front of the front foot, and it went off into this direction. The remainder of the herd, they passed the road a little bit further from here. Some of the other animals that has also come through here is impala. It's much smaller track, with very straight outer edges and very sharp point. And sometimes you can see that it almost makes like an indentation here at the back. And we can see that it also makes a little rim underneath the foot. So we can distinguish that this is not a similar looking duiker, which has a flat foot and tends to direct register. Impalas never direct register. And there's also a large number of them that came through the area. Another tiny little track that we have over here is 1, 2, and another 2 over here. This belongs to a tree squirrel, which we saw a little bit earlier on the show, busy feeding on the knobthorn acacia flowers. And he hopped from here to there, and then a little bit further. This is known as a bound gate that he is displayed over here. Another track that is also over here, this is the vivid monkeys that we saw coming to have a drink earlier. And quite often with vivid monkeys, you'll notice that they drag their tails when they're walking on the ground. Unlike baboons, their crooked tails, which is always kept in an upright position. And here we can see the little feet over here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little fingers. And it tends to be much sharper, pointing to the back, creating a V for vivid monkey. And what we also find is much smaller in comparison to that of baboon. Quite often with baboon, it displays a B marking on one of the parts of a pad, which I always remember, V for vivid monkey and B for baboon. We're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. Let's see what the others are up to.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
We're here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Hales halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go.
I love being a cam-up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Well, thankfully he's decided the termite mound is the place to be. He looks quite sleepy, so I don't think he's going to be moving out. It's always funny with all cats and even dogs sometimes how they fight sleep, but you know they really want to go to sleep. I don't know if any of you have had domestic cats. They tend to do the same thing. It's almost like their head is going, but they refuse flat out to let themselves fall asleep. I mean, that is a death stare. I'm sorry I'm saying these things about you, but it's true. You're not too different than your domestic relatives. And it's funny, like when we see them this relaxed, they can go from sort of hero to zero in just a second, or the other way around, actually, from zero to hero, if they need to. Those ears are constantly scanning around, and although his eyes are closed, if there were something to come around here, perhaps also why he's chosen such a good spot is, yes, other predators, perhaps another leopard, perhaps the lions would be able to see him from a distance because he is in such a conspicuous place, but it would also give him enough time to then also spot any potential predator or competition around, and then he would be able to also retreat and move off and not be surprised. So all in all, quite a clever little boy. I'm quite impressed. He's definitely grown much since I last saw him, which I think it was probably over 6 months ago, because I haven't been lucky in any of our searches for him. I think he's going to be quite a big guy. I mean, just judging by the chest, he's quite young, but he's already looking quite broad, and the size of his balls is quite big as well. So it'll be interesting to see. The other guy that I have not yet seen, which I believe that perhaps he's about the same age as Semba. Nazreen, he will start establishing his territory as he gets older. It's a little bit of luck, and for the first sort of maybe 4 years of their life, 3 to 4 years, depending on each individual leopard and what time their mother leaves them, they don't establish themselves. They tend to, well, that's one way of doing things. They will undergo a nomadic period, and sometimes this period is a little bit longer, just in case they don't find a suitable territory or an area where they can establish themselves, because obviously it can either happen that they'll find a gap where there are no male leopards in that particular area, or it could happen that because they are older and stronger, then they're able to establish themselves and then actively fight off the competition. So as they start getting older, the first signs of them becoming territorial that we'll see is them scent marking or urine spraying, and then of course then sawing, which is a leopard sort of version of a roar. And it's called sawing because it sounds like a chainsaw. He's still a while from that particular time of his life, but if he does well, then hopefully we'll hear about him establishing himself somewhere else. The thing is, with leopards, they tend to move off their natal territory because there will be other males around that are already established, already older. So it's also nature's way of avoiding inbreeding. So just to maintain a healthy gene pool. So while it is common for female offspring to inherit a portion of their mother's territory, the males tend to then disperse and then move off an area. It's sadly why beloved cats that we've had in the past on Safari Live, or beloved males such as Tamba or Hosanna or Quarantine, they're no longer in the area. They've sort of moved off, and then we get glimpses of them every now and again, because they haven't actually gone all that far, or they've established themselves not too far from here. But it's still out of our traverse area. So if you were to draw a straight line, not too far, but in terms of vehicle traversing and safari rules, then it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think the one male that we had around here that came from a very far distance, perhaps the one that came from the furthest, was Hukumuri, who is no longer with us. And he came all the way from the southern part of the Kruger National Park, which is quite far. I think the longest dispersal record, if I'm not mistaken, for leopards was about 300 kilometers, and I think it was a leopard down in KwaZulu-Natal that I think even went through Mozambique and Swaziland before actually establishing himself somewhere around the greater Kruger, if I am not mistaken. I think this is the male that I read about a while ago. Oh, you're very cute. Yeah. Kirsten, I have felt a leopard before. I used to work in a wildlife rehabilitation center. Now, that means that it is a place where animals, wild animals that are sometimes injured, they go there for a little while before you release them back into their normal area where they live. So their hair is not that soft in general. It's almost, you know, imagine that you have a toy that you haven't actually cleaned for a very long time, and then it's very dirty, full of dust. That's almost what they feel like. And then under their paws, like the pads that you see there, I don't know if you have dogs, but then they're quite rough, almost like the ones of the dog. And then they do have those little hairs there, but I wouldn't say that they're particularly soft, no.
I'm gonna stay with them until you get checked.
Oh, sorry, I'm just hearing all sorts of updates on the radio. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit now because it gets crowded over here. Oh, just stay on the termite mound until the golden light comes down, and then just sit, and we'll be very happy. We're going to sit around with this beautiful male while the sun dips, hopefully a little bit more. But we'll send you guys over to Chris in the meantime, who's managed to actually keep up with the buffalo.
Wow. Congratulations, Eddie. That sounds like a phenomenal sighting. Seems like we've had a couple of days without leopard, and now they're just jumping out around every corner. Now Darren and I just decided we are going to park our vehicle right here and wait for the sun to set over this herd of buffalo in the distance. Get a little different perspective on things. Don't always have to be up close and personal to have a great experience. Getting a lot of comments on how fascinated everybody is with how big buffalo herds are. And you do find small herds. I've seen smaller herds than this, and I've seen bigger herds. And the average size herd, if you go statistically, in the greater Kruger region is about 280 to 300. But I have seen herds of in excess of 500. I even once seen two herds of roughly 500 each merge into one big massive herd of buffalo of over 1,000. It was only temporary. They did split off soon after that, but that was a sight to behold. It's now that golden hour where the light is at its best. Hi, Kenneth. We don't have buffalo migrations. Buffalo don't strictly migrate in the same fashion that, for instance, wildebeest will do up in other parts of Africa. They are animals who do seasonally move from area to area, but it would be very much within their home range. But their home range is enormous. This very same herd we see here today could very well be a couple of 100 kilometers away in a couple of months. So they do have a home range, and they will move into different sections of that as time passes. And the main driver behind that would be the availability of good quality grass, or more important, quantities of grass, and obviously water availability as well. They'll often stick around in a sort of more localized area for usually about a week, and then they start moving on to another area. So they don't migrate as such. In fact, in today's terms, it's a very few places in Africa where you do get these migrations. I mean, the most well-known is the wildebeest that migrates between the Serengeti National Park area and the Masai Mara, where they cross the border between the countries of Kenya and Tanzania. There's also migrations in Botswana. That's not up to the same, almost want to say, level or numbers, and that's mostly zebra and a few other antelope. And also another migration is in Zambia, where there's also quite a number of wildebeest migrating in the southwestern parts of the country there. I think it's called the Lua Plains or something like that. And then in the South Sudan as well, there's also a migration of white-eared cob, which is an animal related to lichwe and waterbuck, as well as tang, which is also known as topi in East Africa and known as tsetsebe down south. Similar animal, just a subspecies of that. And in fact, that migration is not very well known, but it is also several 100,000 animals that migrates. Now, historically, there's been reports of a lot of creatures migrating. In South Africa, one of the most well-known migrations was the springbok, that at the time moved around various parts of the country. Now, even though springbok still occurs in good numbers, the arrival of farmers and fences and so forth have ultimately stopped those type of migrations, which is rather sad, but it is an unfortunate outflow of the way humanity expanded. So there's been reports historically of certain migrations in South Africa as well, but in modern times not nearly up to the scale that you'll have in East Africa. You will find some local migrations in the Kruger Park of wildebeest and zebra, for instance, where they'll move to different parts of the park, but it's not in the numbers that you will find in East Africa. It will usually be the individual herds that will migrate. So you won't see the masses of wildebeest migrating here. And as we just see the shadows stretching longer and longer as the sun is setting, just going to appreciate this moment. sunsets doesn't always have to be about the sun itself setting. Often taking a different perspective can be as rewarding. Here I opted to just watch this herd of buffalo in the distance and watch the sunset, or rather the shadows getting longer and the color getting more golden. Just a very different angle. Just have this rich golden light. It's almost as if the light speaks to one, and it's almost the day is nearing its end. And it's time to just relax and reflect on another day in Africa.
Oh, we are barely looking at spots. So there's a steenbok, which is the antelope that you see on the left-hand side there. I think he's busy looking for shrubs, and Marieb's just saw it, or perhaps even heard it, and then came down from the termite mound, and he's just gone around and crossed the road right in front of the steenbok, but it doesn't seem like it saw him. So he's just gone around, and we don't want to move too much because we don't want to make a noise and spook the steenbok, and I want to let Marieb's kind of play this out. But I'm not 100% sure as to where he is. He was heading in that direction, so hopefully he'll be there. I thought I saw spots now, and he's not too far. He's got a lot of cover in his favor, so hopefully he'll be able to catch himself some dinner. Well, thankfully nothing has changed. We're still waiting for Marieb's. I'm actually using binoculars and the sighting, trying to see if we can see him, because like I said, I don't want to go forward, because either if I go too far ahead, then I might just spook the steenbok if he's still hunting him, although I have no visual of Marieb's at the moment. He's just gone behind a bunch of trees, so I think he might still trying to be stalking, or he's still trying to stalk this steenbok over here, who's just busy digging. I'm sure he's going for some shrubs or something along those lines, but little steenbok doesn't know how, I don't know, that there was a leopard that was stalking him, because BK and I were actually laughing because he came down and he started trotting, and then we saw the steenbok, so we just we saw him from a distance, and then he kind of just crossed the road, and we thought they could see each other, but obviously not. So he's just gone behind a tree that's in front of us, and then there's some thick vegetation, so I think Marieb's is still somewhere in there. I mean, this would be a nice kill for him. It would still be a meal. The older he gets, well, smaller things like duiker and steenbok might not just be enough to fill him up, but for his age, this type of thing would be a great thing to actually have. And he wasn't looking empty at all. He was actually looking like he had a bit of a full belly, so I wonder if Thandi didn't feed him recently, or if he found himself something. Sorry, I just had to turn down the radio. I'm not sure if I can see him. He could have also just gone around. Jerome, I agree, a live hunt will be quite something epic to watch. Hopefully it'll be, the death part goes quickly. That is never a nice part, because as you may know, leopards and lions tend to kill their prey by suffocating them and then just pretty much collapsing their trachea. So it's not a pretty sight, but it is quite exciting to be here and then just, pondering is like, what is happening? Is he going to come? Is he not going to come? Is he still there? Because as I say, we try to be as ethical as possible. So we've given them both enough of a distance to let it play it out as if we weren't here. We like to observe nature in a way that we don't interfere. So if we go too far closer and he's still stalking, then we might spook the steenbok and the steenbok will go away. Or some leopards in this area, they've become actually quite clever and they know that the vehicle noises camouflage their noises, so they tend to move only when the vehicle moves. I don't think, thankfully, Maribes has yet learned this technique. I've seen it on a number of leopards in the Sabi sand. But let's see. There is a termite mound not too far, just to the right. Okay, sorry, there's another sighting going on and then the radio's going, but unfortunately we don't have access to that area. I mean, not that I'm complaining, we're sitting all alone with the leopard trying to hunt the steenbok, so all in all, it's quite a great thing. But just to let you guys know, apparently Sibui has been found, seems like with the cubs inside, so that is quite exciting. Oh, hi steenbok, you see us. How can you not see the leopard that's trying to eat you? I mean, this could be, if the steenbok is facing the wrong way, it could be a good thing for Maribes. Oh, you are not looking the right way. It's a lady, you see it's got no horns, so male steenbok tend to have horns and then the females don't. Oh, I wonder if, I don't know if I can actually see him through the thickets or if I'm imagining a leopard. As we all know, when you stand deep into the vegetation, many things can look like a leopard. I'm just going to wait for the steenbok to go a little bit further away, and then if he carries on that way and a leopard doesn't pop out, then we'll go and investigate, because then we can assume that Maribes is kind of given up. I could have sworn though I saw some face spots. I don't know where I saw them though. It's always a game of patience with leopards and lions because they can be very quick, but they can only be very quick for a couple hundred meters, and then also what they're trying to hunt is very quick itself. So that's why they try to stalk and approach what it is that they're trying to hunt as much as possible, because then the only thing that they have to do is maybe run a couple meters and pounce, if anything. A lot of the times they will actually wait and try to just pounce. Just trying to hear, where is the steenbok now? Let's just see. Steenbok has carried on feeding, and I'm still looking for... Did you see him there? Ah, yeah. We're looking the same. He is actually very close. He's almost... I'm going to say he's almost where we first saw the steenbok. So he's not far, and I'm really surprised the steenbok hasn't found him yet. Or hasn't seen him. Not that the steenbok would be looking for him. Is that actually a leopard or not? I don't know if we're seeing spots or eyes or... Standing by.
Yeah, I got Ingwe here inside Chitwa property, just eastern side of Chita Cut Line. It looks like it's Tandy, but I can't see her nicely. I don't think it's Maribes.
Okay, copy. We're sitting with Maribes at the moment.
Yeah, definitely it's Tandy because it's facing south. I can't see her nicely, but definitely it could be Tandy because the ears.
Tattered ears. Okay, copy. I've gotten Maribes who's lansering. Looks like a steenbok, but just keep me posted if you leave her.
Okay, copy, thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna leave her very soon. I like to respond for the another Ingwe a little bit far inside Bethel Souk.
Okay, copy. Not to worry then. Thanks. Are you on Chita and on CP axis?
eastern side at old Chitwa driveway.
Okay. On Gary, Main.
Yeah, estimated.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe from Garmin it could be 25 meters to 30. Just southern side of Garmin, inside Chitwa.
Okay, copy. Thanks. All right, so, I mean, everything is happening this afternoon. Seems like the wind has definitely brought out the leopards. So that was one of the Juma guys. Sorry, it took a little bit of a while just to get the directions right, but he says he's seen a female leopard, potentially Tandi, not too far. Actually on the Chitwa side. But I mean, we are with Marib's now hunting, so this is a very tough decision, but I think let's stick around with these guys for now. Let's see how he does, and then if he perhaps loses the kill or something, then we can just try to make our way over there and follow up on Sunday. We'll swing by the area anyway as we leave. This here. Okay, they are quite far away from us, as you can see now that we've zoomed out. So I'm just gonna try and go towards the road and see if we can see anything from there. Alrighty, let's see. Alrighty. I'm sure we drove past Tandi there. She was there, sneaky. I'm sure she was just looking at us. Alrighty. I'm gonna stop here, which we're still quite far away, because I think he's kind of getting ready to pounce. Oh, hello. Let's just see. This is very exciting, guys. Oh. Where did the well, okay, that's a termite mound. I thought I saw a steenbok. There'll be way too many things at once. I don't know how our hearts are supposed to take it, to be honest. I don't even know where I want to go or what I want to see. It's very exciting when all of the things happen, but it's also, even if we don't see them, I think sometimes it's good just to know that they're still around and you know that they're checking in. So even if we haven't seen them and you're like, okay, cool, at least they're around. The only other female that I think it could be, if it's not Tandi, might be Kuchava, but I do know that she's been hanging out further south because she was last seen with cubs. So I suspect it could be Tandi. Fanoti also obviously has seen them on a couple of occasions at Juma, so he knows her quite well. And he commented that she had tattered ears, which is normally the sign of an older leopard. So, I mean, I feel like we've got a good chance. All right, let's try to sneak a little bit forth. See, as you guys see, we're still far away. And I can't see anything anymore. What an exciting afternoon this is turning out to be, BK. Hey, we thought our afternoon was going to be a lot of driving around. Just want to go really slowly so that we don't spook anyone. I think the diker spotted Marib's. Not the diker, the steenbok. The steenbok is running this way. And I can hear the birds alarming. Whoop. Where did you go? You got spotted, boy. Yeah, he's just, yeah. I don't know if you can see him there. He's like, yeah, there are the spots there. It's hard to see, but you can almost see the black. Yeah, they're there to your, oh yeah. I made it up. There we go. I think this was a lucky steenbok. Oh, that's a pretty sight. Very, very leopard-like image, that one that we're seeing, just the one eye peering through all the vegetation. We can almost sense a little bit of frustration on your side. It's fine, we understand. I mean, I don't blame you. Whew, I don't know, this is a tough one. I'm going to put it out to the Twitterverse and the universe. We can stick around with Marib, see what he does, or we can try to see there's nobody with that other leopard that Fanucci saw, or we can go follow up with her while there's still a little bit of light. Maybe we get lucky. So, guys, just let us know what you want us to do. Oh, he's so pretty. Hi, Mareebs. You're looking very nice. I'm sorry you lost your meal. Also, I have a suspicion we're not live anymore. Oh, we are still live. Look at that. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Sometimes when it gets too quiet in my head, then you get worried.
Yeah, please, Roy. There's another station from Cheetah Plane. It's making his way in. Please put him on the line up.
Alright, let's get a little bit closer. I think our poor boy. Most viewers are saying we should leave. Okay. Going for the double whammy, I like it. Now I've just got to find my way all the way back to Chitwa. Oh, okay. Bye, Mareebs. It's been wonderful seeing you. Oh my god. He is beautiful. He's just slinking away. I think he might try to find something else, but we're gonna love him and leave him, and then hopefully catch up with his mom if we're in luck.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Pinder showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Pinder Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. I got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that Land Cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
Welcome back, everyone, to another very peaceful scene here at andBeyond Pinder, where we have come to have a look at the currently active hyena den. So this den site is being used by this clan and has been for quite some time now. And you'll see there that there are 2 hyena cubs busy drinking milk from their mom. Very, very happy little hyenas. You see that one's paw is leaning or lying right on top of its mom. And mom is completely relaxed. And fast asleep. She opened her eyes when we arrived, and every now and then she has been opening her eyes and having a look around, lifting her head to listen to the sounds. But otherwise she has been completely relaxed. Now I say currently active hyena den because this clan uses a number of different dens. Winnie, you're asking if this clan has a name, and we do refer to them as a South Clan, but apart from seeing them here at the den, we don't get to see hyenas too often here on Pinder. And as I was saying, this clan uses a number of different den sites. And there's another one that you can just see through the bushes, another hyena. And it's another female that has a cub suckling from her. A little bit obscured by the bushes. So what I was saying is that this clan uses a number of different dens. Oh, look, that one is grooming. She's grooming one of the cubs. And now giving the other one some attention. So this clan does make use of a number of different dens, and most of them are not accessible by car. So when they're using those other dens, we don't have much of an opportunity of seeing them. Oh, she is about to ruin those two cubs this time. Sorry, little ones. Time for a bath. If you look at mom's belly, you'll see her mammary glands are still very full of milk. You can also see the pseudopenis there. She's just giving them a real thorough bath. I'm so happy to be able to show all of you these hyenas on Pinder, because as I was saying, we don't get to see them very often because of the fact that the bush is so thick most of the time. If they move off of the road, it's really tricky to follow them, and they move at quite a pace. So every now and then we're lucky enough to see one on the road or close to the road, maybe in a slightly more open area. Gary, going back to what I was saying about how infrequently we get to see hyenas on Pinder, we haven't quite gotten around to being able to identify individuals to a point where we would be able to give them different names. See, there might be a bit of an interaction here. And so we have identified different individuals, mostly through camera traps and photographs from the guides. But we don't see them often enough to be able to give them different names. So we certainly have identified the different individuals in order to be able to establish the population, see how many hyenas are on the reserve. And because we see them so seldom on game drive, most of that has been through the use of camera traps. So camera trap surveys, motion triggered cameras that take photographs of animals as they walk past. And then looking at the different spot patterns of the individuals to try and see how many we have on the reserve. Wilson, I'm so glad that we got to show you these hyenas. They are really such a pleasure to watch. So I'm glad we got to show you your favorite animal. It's an amazing little interaction that's going on. That adult that's standing up is a male. And he's just come to greet the youngsters. And it seems to be prompting a little bit of game from them. Yeah. Odie was just pointing out the gash on the side of this hyena. Like a serious wound there. Looks like maybe from a horn or a tusk of another animal. You might be able to hear those grunts and groans coming from them. And that's just contact calling to one another. Really awesome to see.
Well, today has been a really lucky afternoon. Seems like there she is. So we haven't been able to see her face yet because she's still keeping it down. Just sort of glanced up, but it does look like Thandi. Hello, friend. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time as well. So, I mean, she also looks fairly full, so I wouldn't be surprised if they've actually shared a meal recently. I mean, I know we would all be hoping for something, you know, that would be bulgier, that wouldn't necessarily mean that she's got a food baby, but rather another type of baby. But it's hard to tell at the moment. I think there is a very good chance that she's just full. What an afternoon it's turned out to be. From from 0 to hero. Absolutely. I did not expect to have so many leopards pop up within sort of close proximity to one another. They're not really within walking distance, or like a very close to one another. But Sibuyi's, as I said earlier, is not too far away, and then Marib's is also not too far away. And Tandi's kind of sitting in the middle between the two of them. Perhaps almost on an equidistant, same distance between the 2 points. Interesting. I would really like it if she got up and so we could see her properly. Seems like she's having a nice nap. And we did drive past here earlier and Fanoti saw her and I think she was standing up. We drove on the main road earlier, so it could be that she was perhaps in Torchwood and then just moved into this area and then found a nice warm termite mound and this is where she's sleeping. She doesn't really have too many worries in the world. Or otherwise, she's just been resting around here behind the termite mound, concealed from the road. Look at those ears moving, and I think Fan's observation of the tattered ears was actually pretty good and pretty accurate. As leopards and lions become older, well, of course, besides all of the other scars that they might get as, they start growing and that they earn through their fights and so on, their ears also from going through very dense foliage and vegetation and then fighting with one another and so on. Their ears break off a little bit. I would like her to stand up and so that we can see her condition, because I have some doubts about it. Looks fine, but let's just wait until she gets up and moving.
It's now that time where the daytime animals are starting to find their spot for the night. And we're just in time to catch this dazzle of zebra, just having their last little bit of bites before they go to their lying up area for the night. They probably would feed a little bit through the night. Being zebra, they, like horses, just have a single gut. They don't ruminate or chew the cud like antelope and other hooved animals. And that digestive system is not as advanced, so therefore they need to consume a lot more grass compared to other hooved animals that are ruminants of the same size. So they'll try and squeeze out every bit of feeding time that they got. The problem is, it's the time of the predator now. This is the time where lions will start to get active, and they'll try and utilize this first hours of darkness to maximize their chances for a hunt. And to counter that, the zebras will move into very, very open areas, like they are now, in order to be able to detect potential threats in the form of lions very early on. So this never-ending arms race between predator and prey. And it's just a perfect ending to a lovely day. Just watching them graze in peace. It's just a scene that speaks of tranquility.
So I know I said that it looks like she's had something to eat and her tummy doesn't look as empty, but I also mentioned that I would like her to sit up because from the angle that she's lying in, she's looking a little bit on the skinny side. If you look at her sort of front left leg that she's lying down, it could just be the angle that it's making her look a little bit on funny, let's just put it that way, or she's just maybe tired and just having a good snooze. So that's why I said maybe if we wait for her to get up, then we'll be able to see actually in what conditions she's in. She was walking fine apparently when they saw her, so don't think there's too much of a cause for concern. And leopards, sometimes they sleep in very funny positions that you actually wonder how they're possibly comfortable sleeping the way that they are. Some of them, especially when they've got kills and they sleep in trees. You wonder, first of all, how they don't fall, and then, you know, third of all, how they actually manage to hold their balance in a tree. It's actually starting to get very chilly now that the sun has gone down, so I wouldn't be surprised that she's actually there. This termite mound, if you look just behind her, you see that it's quite dark, so there's a very good possibility that this termite mound is still active, and that therefore that the little termites are still working in there. And that tends to generate a lot of heat. So I think in this case it's like a giant sort of like heating blanket that she's lying on top of, or at least a little bit more on the warm side. Sorry, I'm just trying to direct somebody into the sighting, so just making sure that I don't leave them hanging. Okay. No, seems like everything is under control for the moment. And in typical leopard fashion, as we drove in, she didn't even move away. Nothing. I don't think she even opened her eyes, did she? Did you see her? I also didn't see her open her eyes. Alright, I'm not too sure what's going on this radio, but thankfully I don't have to worry about it all too much. Louise, Tandy is becoming an older leopardess, and I mean she could, why not? And I think it's a matter of only time will tell what will actually happen. I think just judging by her age and conversations that I've had with Tristan in the past, she could still have it in her to have another litter. Her mom also and her grandmother, they lived Karula and I think Safari, they lived until they were quite older leopardesses, so it should stand to reason. Perhaps she won't be, because of her age, not as fertile as she has been, and she might have to mate a few more times in order to actually conceive. But I don't see why not. Okay, sorry, just trying to...
instructions on Juma's dial, but we can get visual from the main ride.
I'm not too sure what's happening. On the radio, there's some craziness happening, but not my problem. Oh, hello. Yeah, you sleeping on there, it's actually making me very, very cold. So I'm going to put on my big winter jacket. And as you can tell, she is not bothered whatsoever by the noises that we're making around here. I mean, I must say, I was not expecting all these spots and all this luck today. It's actually been quite nice, at least for the afternoon, because we did work hard and we drove around in many circles looking at tracks of different things. So thank you, universe, for rewarding us. We appreciate it. Always nice to spend time with cats. And I mean, for a Monday, it actually started pretty all right. I'm not complaining.
A negative, they're not the sighting, another sighting here. Yeah, on near Sister Old Bravo on Garryman.
Oh, yes. Oliver, I agree with you. It's so wonderful to actually see her. I haven't seen her in a very long time. And funny enough, she seems to have... Oh, sorry, let me just... A-Firm, I'm the only station here, so you're more than welcome to make your way.
Thank you so much. Who am I talking to?
This is Ali.
Thanks, Ali.
No problem. Sorry, it's a little bit hectic on the radio. There are a bunch of different sightings running around and standbys and so on. So unfortunately, it works as a very big coordination project amongst all the guys, because in this particular area, the difference from a national park is that we actually limit, because we've got radios, we limit the amount of vehicles that can view an animal, or what we call a high-profile sighting, like lions or leopards or elephants, to a maximum of 3 vehicles at a time. If it's an adult, or if it's more sensitive sightings, then you might see that the number, or perhaps like cubs or mothers with little ones, then you limit the amount of vehicles that can view any given animal at a time to 1 or perhaps even 2 as they get older. So this afternoon sort of like exploded with Marib's on the one side, Zibuyi on the one side, Tandi's here, and then there's a lot more talk on the radio, so it's a little bit tricky to kind of follow up. So I'm sorry for the gaps in silence. I'm just trying to make sense of everything that's actually going on. But I think we've had the best, so I'm not actually complaining to be spending time with the Queen herself.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Ooh, are you putting your head up? No, you're still sleepy. Okay, oh. Having a very good snooze. I wonder where you've come from, because we weren't searching for you or any of your relatives the whole morning. It's interesting because when we first arrived into this area in 2015, Tandi was still very much a Chitwa cat. So she was just hanging around this area and basically around the lodge. I think she even had a couple of litters underneath the decks or very close to the lodge itself. And then with Karula's disappearance, she actually, her and her sister Shadow, I want to say this was in 2017, then both of them, because they were obviously born and raised around the Juma area, they started pushing back into that territory. And then Tandi had Tamba and Lalamba over there, and then Marib's, when she had him, she's been more around sort of tortured, and now she seems to be pushing back into Chitwa. So it's quite interesting with leopards. We tend to, I don't know if it's, because of history or because as humans we have built castles and then we have very set boundaries. We have these lines in space and you're not allowed to go, sort of back and forth from that line if you're the enemy, let's put it that way. But with cats and lions and leopards in particular, it's quite interesting because yes, they will hold territories, of course, because they don't want competition from animals of the same sex and of the same species. But it's a boundary that shifts over time. We were actually talking about it the other day, I think it was yesterday maybe, over the dinner table, how when in 2015 the Ngahuma Pride of Lions was always the pride that was in the middle of Juma. And they lived in there all the time. And we had the Styx Pride that used to be around Chitwa. Now the Styx have moved all the way to the southern Sabi sand. And now we've got the Talamatis, the same with with the leopards. It's been an interesting sort of last couple of years when you piece it together and you look back and you see how they're kind of still roughly in the same area, but not. So I think it's always good to remember that. It's always funny when they do that. It's always good to remember that they don't have these set boundaries and they never move. Sort of the boundaries kind of move with them as they grow older and they explore or change or go through different changes, in this case motherhood and having little cats. I'm going to leave you with a deep thought. Let's go back to Chris and see how his dam search is going.
Doesn't it make you think of the proverbial riding off into the sunset? These two Egyptian geese. What a lovely little scene right here at Djuma Dam. And that is just postcard pretty. Water basically acting like a mirror, just reflecting that unbelievable sky. There's a pair of grey herons as well that joined the party. And I mentioned riding off into the sunset with a purpose. Since Egyptian geese are monogamous, they seem to pair for life. And that is as romantic as you can get.
RSA has a long history, over 90 years, of being involved and even pioneering aspects of the conservation sector in South Africa. Over that long history, we have realized that all of the issues that we are facing both locally and globally are due to human impact. Therefore, we need to concentrate on working with people, and that is what WESA does. What makes me passionate about the work that we do at WESA, and in particular the work that I engage in, is actually connecting with people. Currently the work that I'm working on is working with youth in a skills development program, and just to meet the youth and to hear their stories and to bring them opportunities that we hope will have some impact on their lives really fuels me to get up every morning. A huge shout out to the women that I work with, as well as to all the women that are contributing hugely within the environmental sector, both in South Africa and in the world.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one yet. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we are just enjoying the last bit of light. As another day ends here in Africa, listening to the beautiful bird calls and just taking in all the scenes. Really such a great time of the day, and look at that beautiful reflection in the water of that now sort of orange sky. And that is a portion of the Munyawana River that runs through Pinder from west to east. And we are currently sitting overlooking the floodplains on the far eastern side of Pinder. And yeah, it's been a really good, fun afternoon. We've seen lots of animals. And so as we go across onto the plain, just to show you, we're going to switch to IR, or infrared light, in 3, 2, 1. And that's where we're going to be going to briefly explore, heading down there to look out for any nocturnal animals. But as Owen goes in a little bit closer, you might see some little black spots. Those are wildebeest that have come out into the open to rest for the night. And you might make out a slightly larger black shape. That's a vehicle. And above the wildebeest, in the top of your screen, in the middle of your screen, above that long black line, is 2 white rhinos. Just really nice to sit here and switch off and listen to the sounds changing from daytime to nighttime. James, I hope you are doing well. We've had quite a tough time with leopards because the Nyoni female has gone up onto the mountains with her 2 youngsters. So we've been having very sporadic sightings of them. And the Ntabonkosi female has moved into an area with quite a lot of very deep and dense drainage lines, so she's been very tough to find. And yeah, those, I mean, the other leopards on Pinder we do see from time to time have not really been showing themselves very often. Maybe it's the changing in the season. It is starting to get a little bit warmer in the day, but still dropping considerably at night. So maybe they are shifting their times a little bit. So we're hoping that it will pick up again soon. So yeah, I think for now we are going to go down into the open grasslands below where we are at the moment and see if maybe we can find something like a jackal, maybe a mongoose, and then go into some denser areas and see if we might be able to find a leopard here on Pinder to show you this evening. And while we do that, I'll send you across to Ali, who does have a leopard.
Well, now that she's got... Happy to report that we have a healthy leopard. I thought maybe, sorry, I'm just trying to get my gears into place so that I can, okay, are you gonna move? Okay, perfect. It's a little bit tricky when you don't have certain parts of the car, but we've made it work. She's actually looking fine. I thought for a second that she wasn't looking great, but I think it was perhaps the way that she was lying down. Her stomach does look a little bit full, and so does Mariep's. So I wouldn't be surprised if actually between the two of them there's they shared a meal, or he kind of stole one from her, or she actually, you know, I don't think she would bring him to him. I'm not too sure when's the last time that was seen, but there's still a possibility that they shared a meal. Now, she actually got up and started walking when she heard some impala alarm calling. I don't think the impala saw her because there was just one call and they were not facing her direction. And from where they were, perhaps maybe they sniffed her, but they definitely couldn't see her. And now she's walking down towards the dam, and there's a herd of impala sort of to her right in the direction where she's looking. So mom and son are apparently looking for food today. I don't think she's too worried though. I don't think they've also seen her. So I haven't switched on the lights because like I said, if the impala are around here, if I shine the light on her, then I'm going to give her position away, which we don't want to do. We want to try and keep it fair for all creatures involved. Keep the living, or, you know, keep the hunters hunting. Update, Dundee's just gotten up and mobile towards Chito Dam. There are some impala making a bit of a call, so I don't know if it's an impala or a water buck what I just heard, because there are obviously a lot of antelope around Chito Dam. It's pretty much one of the constant sources of water all around this area. So a lot of antelope just kind of stick around here most of their time, and then in turn a lot of predators like Tandi or even Tingana a while back when he was sick, they just kind of live around here because creatures are bound to come to the water, so it's easier for them in a sense to try and hunt and get some food. Funny enough, in places like the Kalahari, which is a national park close to Kalahari, close to where Tswalu is, they have a bunch of artificial water holes, and the lions have learned during the dry periods that it's actually quite convenient for them to just sit and wait at the water hole for the antelope to come. And they don't really have to do anything because there's no other water source available. So they either try their luck with the predators lurking in the background, or they pretty much dehydrate. So not a bad deal for the lions in some areas during some times of the year. Obviously now there's going to be a bit more of a balance during the wet season once it starts raining, because you see she's pretty much heading down, going back to sleep. So a half-hearted attempt of going places. Like I was saying, it's going to be harder for some of the predators to hunt because it's going to be, the animals are going to be in better condition. There's going to be a lot more food available. They won't have to go to the same watering holes. There will be, however, a bit more cover, but that can work both ways. Perhaps it'll conceal better the prey species, but it also might just help out and conceal the predators, like this particular lady over here. It's funny. I'm pretty sure they were sharing a meal, these two, with their full bellies.
No, it's still early night, but stargazing down here in southern Africa, especially where we are, where there's very little light pollution, can be phenomenal. Now, this is not a star. This is the planet Jupiter, which is visible currently from us. And Darren and I just took a big gamble to see if we can get very close. And can you see the small little dots directly above Jupiter and directly below it? Now, Jupiter has several moons. I think the last count, official update, was something like 90 plus moons. But Jupiter is very well known for 4 moons in particular, referring to the Galilean moons. And it's these moons together with Jupiter that changed astronomy totally at the time of Galileo when he built his first very crude telescope. And he realized that those moons change position nearly every day. Sometimes you see 4, sometimes you see 2, sometimes only 1. So those moons move around Jupiter quite fast. The 4 Galilean moons, Io, Callisto, Ganymede, and Europa. And even with just a good binoculars at night, if you're down here on safari, you can see those moons with a good set of binoculars. Now, I like to equate things. So if you have to drive to the moon by car, it will, in theory, take you 4 months and 10 days. Jupiter will take you 700 years, roughly. And I'll leave you with that thought.
Somebody else into the sighting?
Okay, do you want to keep it here for me?
A-firm, she's just gone flat, so just make your way here.
Okay, about journey, that's me direct south of you.
A-firm, she's here.
Right.
All right, sorry. It's just been one of those afternoons, in case you forgot.
Yeah, it's the main, I've got a main again. So which way should I go now?
Did you pass on the way to Gary Main? Did you pass that little pan on your right-hand side?
No, not yet. I'm just here on the Gary Main itself.
Okay, then start going east from where you are, and then just look south of the road. You should see your lights from there. So just start coming east on Gowrie Main, and then just look on your right-hand side. As you do that, you'll be able to see our lights from the main road. Whew, alrighty. Sorry, we're just trying to pass on the good karma. Somebody helped us get into the Marib's sighting, and then we're trying to help somebody else come into this area. A little bit tricky with Chitwa because the maps are not the greatest, and the road names seem to change every couple of years or so. So we're just kind of sitting here trying to help somebody else that might not have gotten a chance to come and see a leopard tonight to actually be able to see this one. So hopefully we'll be able to help them out. Kind of works that way all around this area, and I think today we've been lucky with so many sightings around that we just kind of have to carry on passing on the good luck. I mean, I was very happy that we got to see Marib's, but then Tandy and Marib's on the same afternoon. Well, let's see what else the universe has in store for us tomorrow. It'll be quite interesting to see, because I think today also with Lalamba and the lions that Chris had in the morning, that was pretty stunning. So not a bad Monday overall for all of us. Not sure where this guy has gone. Jamie, most leopards or most creatures out here in the wild, they don't really sleep like us humans. Not even the antelope, or even when we say that an animal is diurnal, it doesn't mean that they're active during the day. It doesn't mean that they sleep throughout the night. So very likely she's going to carry on sleeping here for just a little bit, and then she'll get up. I suspect because she was walking in a straight line towards the dam, she's thirsty and she looks like she's a little bit full. So maybe she's going to go down to the dam to have a drink. But I also wouldn't be surprised if perhaps if something catches her attention and around here, as where the impala earlier on, that she might try to hunt them. I think that's also, it's one of the fascinating things about the animals here. Yes, some of them tend to be, well, with leopards, we tend to say that they are crepuscular, meaning that they are more busy in moments of low light conditions, so sort of early morning, late afternoon, rather than saying that they are fully nocturnal, because, I mean, if you watch the show enough, you'll see that they're pretty active during the daylight hours as well. So even the impala, when they sleep, they won't sleep the whole night. They'll sleep for, or the zebras or the elephants, they'll sleep for a couple of hours. If they are antelope species, they tend to ruminate or chew the cud, whereby they will grind everything that they've eaten, all the grass, and then they regurgitate it and then reprocess it, and then they'll do that for a couple of hours, and then they'll fall asleep for a couple of hours, and it's a little bit of a routine that they have, but they won't sleep from now that the sun's gone down all the way until tomorrow. Too many things lurking around, like this leopard hiding in the grass. I can see somebody else is coming to join us in this area, but I don't think it's the poor person that we were trying to direct. I think that person eventually got lost and I fell, and they were so close. Hopefully it will be them, though. I would really like it if somebody else got to see her, because, I mean, she is the queen after all. So it's always nice to be able to catch up with her. So I think we've had a leopard trifecta this morning, or, we've had the leopard kingdom almost. We started with the princess, then we went on to the latest prince, and then we went back to the queen. So it's been an interesting afternoon altogether. You see there, the direction where she's facing is where the impala were earlier. So I think that's maybe why she's looking into that area. Donnie, I've only seen Malawati once. Malawati is a dominant male leopard in the area. Sadly, he's not relaxed like Tundi. He doesn't really like to be seen, and he's quite nervous. He does come from a game reserve where there is ecotourism as well. I think he comes from Thorny Bush, and it's the same reserve. There's still, cars and everything that view animals, but he's very skittish. I think even when he's had kills, when animals are generally the more relaxed, he doesn't seem to enjoy being viewed either. So I've only seen him once. I think when he first was kind of arrived to the area, I was freelancing for Chitwa, for the lodge that we're currently in, and I think that was the last time I saw him. Hali for Ali.
Okay, Ella, enjoy, take your time. Maybe if you want to farm, you can farm.
Just confirm, is it you there by the dam?
What's it is, that's me. It's fine if you like to farm, you can farm.
Okay, copy. No, I'm still going to hang around this area. I was just wondering if you were still coming.
Joy, yeah, I did copy you when you said I must come around, Gary, man. It's fine.
Okay, copy. Alrighty, well, seems like nobody...
Sorry, I don't have the map for that area, so yeah, but I'm just gonna keep that for now. But thank you for your help, though.
Okay, copy. She's still in the same position, so if you go east on Garrymain, you might still be able to find us.
Yeah, okay, copy. I think we just gonna come back now. Thanks a lot.
Okay, copy. Alrighty, here we are, all alone with Tundi. I don't know what happened. This is just me switching off the lights. I think she's looking for something, or she's starting to sniff. I can feel the wind's gone up a little bit. So you can see actually the blades of grass moving in front of her. She is looking at a vehicle also that's a little bit further down that was supposed to come around here, but then they decided not to come, so. Lucky for us, more leopard time all on ourselves. Can't really complain about that. But this is a good spot for her. There are definitely a lot of waterbug, impala, lots of impala around here. What else did we see today around the dam? Well, Egyptian geese, but those are a little trickier to actually catch. And just in general, just a variety of prey species from small to big that she might just be able to try and hunt. I mean, steenbok also, duiker, like the little ones that Mariebs was trying to catch. And it's always interesting because you see them and you're full and you're like, oh, maybe they won't try. But if opportunity comes knocking, then these animals are quite clever and they tend to just grab the opportunity. She is walking away, so I'm gonna try and follow her, see if maybe she goes down for a drink. It would be quite nice if she did. But I'm gonna have to turn the lights on because I'm not sure where she's going. She is a small leopard, and it's hard to keep up with them in the dark. Let me just try and find the spotlight. I would love to know how to turn this on. There we go. PK, did you see her? Oh, there she goes. Never mind. So I'm gonna turn on to the spotlight then. She's just going down this main. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it with the lights, but straight in front of us, just here, this thing here, is actually a game path. So it's a path that animals use to come to and from water, and because it's sort of the most direct route, then it becomes a very well demarcated route. So she's being very clever, and she's using this particular game path to actually get to the water, or whatever it is that she's looking for. Now, I can't see her. Oh, there she goes. She's still in front of us. I think she's still going to the dam. We're going to follow her for a bit. Hopefully she'll go down for a drink.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at.
It's like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive.
One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The stars are now starting to become a little clearer, and a few of my favorites starting to emerge. Remember, we literally just looked at Jupiter, and that's towards the east, and now towards the west we've got Venus, also very bright at the moment. So they are the two brightest objects other than the moon. The moon's not up at the moment. Bear in mind, they're not stars, they're obviously planets. Interesting, as you can see, Venus is a very round little ball at the moment. Now, certain times they show phases just like the moon. So if you can get a good telescope and look at Venus, especially in this time of the day when it's reflecting quite a bit of sunlight, you'll often see it will resemble a crescent moon. Because the relation to us compared to the sun, Venus does show phases, just like the moon does, which is just a little trivia about Venus itself. Night sky is just amazing. Not a lot of stars out yet. Not a lot. And they're quite tricky to catch on camera unless they're very, very bright like Venus. But there we go. We just saw two of the visible planets that are currently visible from our perspective. It's also a field that I really enjoy is astronomy. It's just staggering the distances that you have to work with. You know, it is too big to comprehend. I mean, the closest star to us, Alpha Centauri, which I can actually see from here, but again, it's going to be quite tricky to point you out to it. It's close to the constellation of the Southern Cross. And, well, we see it as one star. There's actually 3 stars, Alpha and Beta Centauri. And then there's one small little star that rotates around them, Proxima Centauri. And for the next couple of thousand years, that will be the closest star to our own solar system. And that will be about just over 4.5 light years away. So that's the distance that light will travel in 1 year. Now, just to put that into perspective, light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. That's in 1 second. That is enough to circumnavigate Earth 7.5 times in 1 second. Now imagine that light beam going for 4.5 years. And that is only the closest star to our own solar system. Isn't that absolutely mind-boggling? And that is why I love stars and the starry night. It is essentially nature. It's just not right here on our planet. Lovely. And I always like to try and find these little equations in order to put it into perspective, much like how far does light go in 1 second? It's easy. Enough to circumnavigate Earth 7.5 times. Wow! That is some serious speed. Some more and more stars coming.
Thandi has decided to start moving, and she seems to have been quite on a mission until we stopped just now. She's not too far from the little Gowrie cut line, or not cut line, boundary. So if she crosses sort of that main road that you see at the back there, then we're not going to be able to follow her further because we're not allowed into that property. But of course, to Thandi, that means nothing. And then if you see the screen in black and white, we are using the infrared technology just to try and not shine the spotlight on her too much. And she actually cannot see that light. Actually, neither can we, but I'm going to have to turn the light on so that I know where I'm driving, because there are many holes and things in here that can damage the... Oh, there she is. Oh, sorry, BK. Just to give you an idea, she's crossed sort of what the boundary is. So if she carries on going in that direction, we're going to leave her. We're not going to be able to follow her. I was kind of hoping that maybe she was going to kind of backtrack or change direction and perhaps start heading a little bit east from where we are now, or north, just towards Gowrie Main. But it seems it was not the case. But Thandi, we've got to thank you. You've actually timed this perfectly. Huh. You see, leave it to the girls to be on time. Alrighty, I think we're gonna leave her. We've had a splendid afternoon and a splendid day altogether. I mean, the amount of cats that we've had today has actually been really nice, and it was wonderful to actually be able to catch up pretty much with all of Thandi's family today. Well, I know not all of it, but a good part of it. So that was actually very nice. Yay, big game! Aren't you excited? Because says he's very excited, in case you didn't hear him. I'm sure Chris and Darren were excited too, and everyone at FC. It was just one of those days where I know the stars align and we all got lucky and we got to spend time with a bunch of different creatures, which is always nice. You see, windy weather. There's something to be said about windy weather and leopards. makes them come out, and I wonder if Tswalu is actually not also sitting with a full belly like that at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised. The wind picked up yesterday evening as well, so interesting. We'll see what tomorrow brings to all of us. Hopefully a good day like this. I know the lions might come back, but who knows? It'll be wonderful. But from all of us, thank you for joining on the drive and for all the questions, and hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow.